Chapter 509. Because of this transaction, the Star Order examination this time ended much faster than the previous ones. However, enlightened Master Panshan and the others still stayed at the scene for 3 days. After confirming that no one else came out of the Celestial Demon territory, they started the warship and headed for Chuanyin City. Enlightened Master Beiming, I didn't expect you to be so strong. It won't be long before you surpass me and obtain a 5 or even 6-star token. On the way, enlightened Master Pei looked at Ziyue with a face full of surprise. Ever since Ziyue took out the horn of the one-horned Kuei Ox King, he looked at Ziyue in a new light. Even enlightened Master Pan spoke to him more intimately. Aside from doing missions, how can I quickly increase the rank of my star token? Bai Ziyue smiled faintly and asked. There are 2 ways. The first is through a challenge. For example, if you have a 4-star token, then as long as you defeat an expert with a 5-star token, you can obtain a 5-star token and become a 5-star deity. Correspondingly, your opponent's 5-star token will be demoted to a 4-star token. However, I don't mind if you do this, because a challenge is an extremely unfriendly act. Once a challenge is carried out, both sides will fight to the death. As the saying goes, there is always someone better than you. If you don't want to provoke someone with hidden strength, it's very normal for you to fall. In the immortal cultivation world, you have to tread on thin ice. No one knows if a beggar we meet on the road is a golden core realm expert tempering his mind to experience life. Enlightened Master Pei said with a serious face. Ziyue nodded. Not to mention others, if he didn't take the initiative to mention it, who would know that he already had the strength of a 9-star deity. The second way is to exchange an ownerless star token. For example, if you have a 4-star deity token, you only need to hand over 5 5-star deity tokens to the 9-star Dao Palace, and you will automatically obtain a 5-star deity token. If you want to become a 6-star deity again, you need to hand over 6 6-star deity tokens, and so on. Enlightened Master Pei continued. Both of these methods seem to be encouraging killing. Moreover, for the second method, the higher the rank of the star medallion, the more difficult it would be to raise it. Not to mention that the strength of deity realm experts above 7 stars is extremely strong. Just the number of experts at that level is estimated to be not many. Bai Ziyue was startled and asked. Of course, the 9-star Dao Palace was originally an organization of assassins, so it was naturally filled with killing and competition. As for the second method, it was actually a method prepared for those rich and powerful people. There was no lack of auctions for star orders in the black market. However, as the saying goes, one's virtue does not match one's position. This kind of star order rank that relied on the exchange of God decrees to raise one star order rank, if one didn't have the corresponding strength, it was extremely easy to be targeted by others. Thus, in the 9-star Dao Palace, strength is still the most important thing. Enlightened being Pei chuckled and said. Ziyue nodded. Perhaps there really was someone who was rich enough to exchange star tokens to raise the level of their god token. But in order to obtain the benefits of the 9-star Dao Palace, they had to participate in missions. If their strength didn't match, then it was extremely likely that they would be targeted and killed. But for me, this is also a way to quickly raise the level of my star medallion. Ziyue thought of the demonic Dao cultivators he had killed. There were indeed a few who had star medallions. It wasn't impossible for him to use them as a way to raise his level. Although the demonic Dao cultivators were hated by others, their concealment methods were often extraordinary. In addition, the 9-star Dao Palace was a mix of good and bad people. So it was natural that there would be demonic Dao cultivators who participated in the star medallion test and became star-level experts. We're back. Although there were many twists and turns this time, it was a daunting experience without any danger. And most importantly, we all passed the star medallion test and became official star-level experts of the 9-star Dao Palace. As the warship flew into piercing Cloud City, everyone couldn't help but sigh in relief. Even Bai Ziyue could not help but reveal a look of anticipation on his face. The warship hovered in the air, and one cultivator after another flew out from the warship. Soon enough, they gathered within the hall. Fairy Fengming, This is the proof of the mission and the list of test results. I'll leave the rest to you. However, you have to first apply for a star medallion for Spiritual Master Dark North. Spiritual Master Panshur handed over a storage pouch to an office in the 9-star Dao Palace and said, "Spiritual Master Dark North?" Fairy Fengming looked suspiciously at Ziyue, clearly recognizing him. Spiritual Master Dark North's strength is extraordinary. This time, he directly killed the single-horned Kuei Ox King and is qualified to obtain a 4-star deity medallion. Spiritual Master Pei hurriedly said, "Fairy Fengming, thank you for your reminder," Ziyue said with a smile. You're welcome." Fairy Fengming looked at Ziyue with some astonishment, appearing somewhat restrained. She naturally knew how powerful the single-horned Kuei Ox King was. To be able to kill this demonic beast, Ziyue's strength was definitely not as simple as a 4-star deity realm expert. He was at least equivalent to a late-stage deity realm expert, or even a late-stage deity realm expert. Thinking of the reminder she had given him, and then looking around, there was no trace of spiritual master, earthly spirit among the people who returned. Obviously, he had fallen. She felt somewhat unnatural. However, she soon returned to her senses and hurriedly began to help Bai Ziyue. She took out a blank God's token and directly handed it to Bai Ziyue. She said, "Senior Dark North, please drip a drop of blood to claim ownership. We can give you the authority to unlock it. With this deity medallion, not only can you directly accept missions in the 9-star Dao Palace, but you can also enjoy certain benefits in Piercing Cloud City, the entire Firmament territory, and even wider places." Okay, Ziyue nodded. He had a certain understanding of these procedures. After some processing, half an hour later, by means of a special filling method, 4 stars immediately appeared on Ziyue's deity medallion. It was obviously a 4-star deity medallion, and now he had become an official 4-star deity realm expert. During this time, whether it was Spiritual Master Pei, Spiritual Master Panshan, or the Silver Mass Spiritual Master Degu, they all waited patiently. At this time, seeing that Ziyue had obtained a 4-star deity medallion, Spiritual Master Panshur hurriedly stepped forward and said, "This deity medallion actually also has the function of transmitting messages from 1,000 miles away. If we add each other, it will be more convenient for us to take care of each other in the future. There are many missions in the 9-star Dao Palace that are extremely difficult and often require many people to go together. When the time comes, we can also invite each other to participate together. Not only will it be safer, but it will also be better than traveling with others. We need to be constantly on guard." Spiritual Master Pei at the side also said, "I couldn't ask for more." Ziyue smiled and nodded. He knew that this deity medallion was actually a terminal similar to the one in his previous life. Not only could it be used to communicate with each other, but it also had the function of accepting missions, receiving rewards, and storing energy. Becoming friends with these people was just a way to add them as friends, so it was nothing. As for the specific missions, he would naturally decide whether to participate according to his own needs. He wouldn't blindly participate just because someone else invited him. After all, he and these people were just getting to know each other, so he was still a little more vigilant in his heart. However, the actions of Spiritual Master Panshur and the others made Spiritual Master Fei Yun and Spiritual Master Chulu envious. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. This was the treatment that experts deserved. They could directly establish a relationship with a 7-star deity realm expert and make the other party pay attention to them. When one was strong, one could really do whatever one wanted. After half a month of seclusion, it had only been 10 days before and after participating in the deity medallion examination. Therefore, Ziyue still had a period of time to rent the heaven-rank secret cultivation room in the Ascension Pavilion. He simply returned to the Ascension Pavilion directly. Next, it's time to properly calculate the harvest this time. At this time, Ziyue's face revealed a real smile. Then, with a wave of his hand, 5 storage bags, a spiritual beast bag, a large pile of spiritual stones, and 2 flying swords appeared in front of him. These spiritual stones and flying swords were all obtained by selling the horn of the single-horned Kuei cow. I got a total of 40 million low-grade spiritual stones and 2 high-grade flying swords. Just this wave of harvest alone is not small. In addition, I still have more than 7 million low-grade spiritual stones left. If I absorb all of them, my cultivation realm will not be far from the peak of the middle stage deity realm. Ziyue whispered with some excitement. Although the horn of the single-horned Kuei cow was a good thunder attribute material, if it was just taken out to buy, one horn would not be more than 300,000 low-grade spiritual stones. As a result, as a mission certificate for the deity medallion examination, the value directly soared to 3 million low-grade spiritual stones, which really made him a lot of money. And these corpses of demonic beasts. A poisonous flood dragon at the peak of the deity realm who is about to form its core, a single-horned Kuei cow king at the late-stage deity realm, for at the middle-stage deity realm, 14 at the early-stage deity realm, and the 2 spiritual snakes and toads at the early-stage deity realm. With a wave of his hand, Ziyue took out all the corpses of demonic beasts, which almost filled this huge secret cultivation room. In his early years, in order to practice his saber skills, he had several years of experience in butchering. With the improvement of his strength and the growth of his knowledge, he had already reached the peak of the processing of various demonic beast corpses. In just a few hours, all kinds of materials were divided by him. Among them, the materials needed for refining elixirs, refining weapons, and simply things that could be sold as flesh and blood to various restaurants were all sorted by him and put into the storage bag one by one. These materials alone should be able to bring me at least 45 million low-grade spiritual stones. Ziyue's eyes lit up. Chapter 510. Demonic beasts, especially powerful ones, could be said to be full of treasures. Whether it was their flesh, blood, fur, scales, tendons, or bones, cultivators could find places to use them. Therefore, most of them were very valuable. Among so many demonic beast corpses, the one with the highest value was naturally the poisonous flood dragon whose strength had reached the peak of the god realm and was about to form its core. Ziyue roughly estimated that just the materials that belonged to it could bring him a profit of 15 million low-grade spirit stones. This did not include the poisonous flood dragon pill, otherwise the value would be even higher. Next, these 5 storage pouches. He was very familiar with handling the storage pouches. Soon, he took out all the things inside. There are not many spirit stones, only a little more than 8 million low-grade spirit stones in total. Especially the 2 cultivators who lured the poisonous flood dragon here. There are very few spirit stones. However, they do not lack good things, and the value is also very high. 3 poisonous burial flowers, 7 holy spirit grasses, a dragon-shaped flower. These are all 4th-grade heavenly treasures, not to mention dozens of 3rd-grade spiritual materials and a rare flood dragon's molted skin. They must have been obtained from the poisonous flood dragon's nest. After deducting the spirit stones, the total value of the magic treasures, spiritual materials, and other treasures in the 5 storage pouches is about 27 million low-grade spirit stones. However, if we count them individually, the most valuable one is the flood dragon's egg. After Ziyue counted the items in the 5 storage pouches, he swept his divine thought and fell on the flood dragon's egg that was exuding exuberant vitality in the spirit beast pouch. The flood dragon egg was extremely useful to both an individual and an immortal spell faction, especially for a demonic beast like the flood dragon, which had great potential and a fast growth speed. Once it grew up, it would be an extremely important help. Ziyue took it out and looked at it for a while. After pondering for a while, he put it away again. For a moment, he really didn't know how to deal with it. But all in all, the spirit stones I gained this time are worth 48 million low-grade spirit stones, and the other gains are worth about 80 million. That's equivalent to more than 120 million low-grade spirit stones this time. If converted into upper spirit stones, that's 12,800 pieces. Even if there's a certain discount, it's still about 12,000 upper spirit stones. Ziyue was secretly amazed. The harvest this time really surprised him a little. Over 100 million spirit stones. Instantly, his wealth increased by a few notches. However, although 120 million low-grade spirit stones is a lot, it's nothing compared to what I need to increase my strength. The heaven-swallowing deity transformation art was indeed powerful, but it was truly a huge drain on spirit energy. From the early divine realm to the middle divine realm, I spent 60 million low-grade spiritual stones. If I want to increase my strength from the middle stage divine realm to the late stage divine realm, the number of spiritual stones needed immediately increased to 120 million low-grade spiritual stones. It means that the harvest this time is only enough to increase my strength to the late divine realm. If I want to increase my strength to the peak divine realm and complete the third divine transformation, the number of spirit stones I need will be doubled. As long as he thought of this, even though he had a strong foundation, he still felt waves of pressure coming on his face. Without thinking more, his eyes quickly fell on his attribute panel. The pressure was suddenly lifted, and his mind was also relaxed. This time, in addition to the spirit stones and magic treasures, I also gained a lot of soul energy. Now, the amount of soul energy has finally increased to more than 30 million, reaching 34 million points. And after using it in the previous battle, the cultivation progress of several great magic skills has also been improved. Among them, the progress of the Great Magnetic Cutter is the fastest. It has already increased to 97% of the uninitiated level. As for the 5 Emperors Divine Royal Robe and 5 Emperors Heaven Sealing Sword, they have increased to 87% and 91% respectively. I'm not far from the uninitiated level. The harvest was huge. This time, he was also pleasantly surprised. As expected, only by going out to gain experience can my strength improve rapidly. If I stay in a sect step by step, when will I be able to collect so many spirit stones? How will I be able to collect so much soul energy? I guess the time for me to break through to the middle divine realm will be delayed by 1 or 2 months. Now, I should increase my celestial magic realm to the peak middle divine realm first. Zue silently calculated the number of spirit stones. 48 million plus the remaining 7 million in his storage bag. There was still a gap, but the gap was not big. He had also obtained some spirit pills that could increase his cultivation. Although it wasn't as cost-effective as directly absorbing spirit stones, it was still enough. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, he immediately took out a pile of spirit stones. This pile was worth 3 million low-grade spirit stones. With the improvement of his strength, the devouring power of his devouring divine transformation spell also increased greatly. Naturally, the efficiency of absorbing and transforming spirit stones was also greatly improved. With a squeeze of his divine thought, the 3 million low-grade spirit stones turned into powder, and a huge amount of spirit chi of heaven and earth immediately dissipated. Zue immediately performed the devouring divine transformation spell. A terrifying suction force was immediately generated from his body, sucking the abundant and dense spirit chi of heaven and earth into his body. The Great Tao Heart Lamp was lit. The 1,296 acupoints in his body vibrated at the same time, fiercely swallowing and expelling spirit chi. The huge dantian was also constantly rotating. Sizzle, streams of pure divine thought were transformed by him, piling up his celestial magic realm cultivation, and began to improve continuously. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours after a day, Zue slowly opened his eyes. The peak middle divine realm. Not only is the divine thought more vigorous than before, but it is also much more condensed. This time, although the small improvement in my realm did not produce a huge change in my strength, it has also improved. Zue could not help but smile. Anyway, the improvement of his strength was something worth celebrating. Naturally, it made him happy. However, because of this, my spirit stones have been completely used up. I can't even take out a single spirit stone. Now, it is only a few days before the Ascension Hall pays the rent. It seems that it is time for me to go out and sell all the spiritual materials, magic treasures, and other things in the storage bag. Zue thought to himself. Without hesitation, he immediately got up and left the heaven-grade secret cultivation room. Chuanyan City, here we are. In a long line, there was a girl in plain clothes. Her small face had been smeared with some kind of special spirit water, making her look a little ugly. She sat in a carriage and looked at the long line in front of her. Her eyes flashed with anticipation, lining up to enter the city, looking at the towering city wall, the weaving flow of people, and the bustling scene in the city. The girl's curious eyes flashed a trace of confusion. In this unfamiliar Chuanyan city, it was extremely difficult for her, a little cultivator who had just broken through to the aperture enlightening realm, to settle down. But soon, a trace of high fighting spirit flashed in her eyes. She secretly encouraged herself and muttered, "Chiu Yue Piao, you can do it. You can definitely stand firm here and continue to strengthen Kunlun Pavilion." Then, she followed the flow of people and stepped into Chuanyun City, officially embarking on an unknown journey with an unknown ending. After spending 3 days, Bai Ziyue finally dealt with half of the loot he had acquired. Other than some of the spiritual materials for alchemy, which he kept for himself, he sold most of the items. Finally, the number of low-grade spirit stones he had on him increased to 50 million low-grade spirit stones. Finally, he was not poor again. But of the 50 million low-grade spirit stones, he spent another 8 million in the blink of an eye to buy some divine origin magnet stones and some spiritual items with innate 5-element chi. Among the 3 great divine abilities, although the progress of cultivating the great magnetic slash was the highest, because of the scarcity of the magnetic force in the world, the progress was slower. If he cultivated step by step, he estimated that it would take him at least a month or more before he could truly cultivate to the beginner level. Naturally, he was not willing to wait. It was the same for the 5 Emperor Divine Robe and 5 Emperor Heaven Sealing Sword. With external help, of course, it would be faster to advance to the beginning. He was looking forward to the power of these great divine abilities after reaching the beginning. After paying another sum of spirit stones to renew the lease, Zue went into seclusion again, constantly absorbing the magnetic force and innate 5-element chi to cultivate the great divine abilities. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. The difficulty of cultivating great divine abilities is indeed several times more difficult than ordinary divine abilities. Zue sighed, and his eyes fell on the attribute panel. The 3 great divine abilities were still at 99%, which made him feel somewhat helpless. It seems that only through battle or other inspiration can I truly reach the beginning of these 3 great divine abilities. Well, now that I have the 4-star divine token, it is time to go to the 9-star Dao Palace and accept missions. It would be best to raise the level of the star token as soon as possible. Ziyue could not help but look forward to it. Not only because completing missions would give him corresponding rewards, but also because the level of the star token was related to the authority of the 9-star Dao Palace's treasury. The higher the level of the star token, the higher the authority. The chances of exchanging for treasures in the 9-star Dao Palace would also be higher. At present, he only had the 4-star divine token, so the treasures he could exchange for would, at most, be high-grade magical treasures. Although there were many cultivation method manuals, natural treasures, all kinds of spirit pills and talismans, these things were not difficult to obtain with his status, so they were naturally not important to him. He was more looking forward to the treasures he could exchange for when he got the 9-star divine token. It was said that there were treasures with peerless power that could help peak divine realm practitioners form their gold core. There were also many natural treasures that even the clear void sect could not come into contact with. Naturally, he was tempted. Chapter 511. Rumble. The array was activated and the heaven-rank secret cultivation room opened. Ziyue was about to step into the 9-star Dao Palace to accept the mission when he felt the god token on his body tremble slightly. With a thought, he brushed his divine will over the god token. After pondering for a moment, Ziyue took out the magnetic mask and put it on before walking out of the secret cultivation room in large strides. An hour later, Bai Ziyue entered a spacious restaurant. Soon, He was led by a cultivator at the late stage of the chi condensation stage into a compartment. The compartment was specially set up with a silent array so that no sound could be heard from outside. It was an excellent secret. After entering, Ziyue immediately saw enlightened Master Pan Shi, enlightened Master Pei, and enlightened Master Dugu from the previous assessment. In addition to the three of them, there were two other cultivators with unfamiliar faces. One of them was an old man with a ruddy complexion, and the other looked like a scholar. Both of them were late Divine Realm cultivators and had 6-star god tokens. Obviously, they were 6-star gods. Taoist Dark North, you're here. Please take a seat. Upon seeing Ziyue, enlightened Master Pei warmly greeted him and asked him to take a seat. Then he introduced, you already know enlightened Master Pan Shi and enlightened Master Dugu. These two are enlightened Master ZMO and enlightened Master Treasure Snatcher. We're familiar with each other and have worked together several times. Greetings, enlightened Master ZMO and enlightened Master ZMO. By Ziyue first greeted Reverend Pan Shi and Reverend Dugu, then turned to the remaining two and bowed with cupped fists. Mid-Divine Realm? To be able to obtain a 4-star god token at the Mid-Divine Realm, you're not weak. Reverend ZMO looked at Bai Ziyue and said, but this mission is no small matter. His strength, isn't it a little? Enlightened Master Dark North passed the entrance assessment and obtained a 4-star god token directly. His actual combat strength is definitely above mine. If even he isn't qualified, then wouldn't I be even less qualified? Enlightened Master Pei hurriedly replied. Obtained a 4-star god token in the first assessment? How is that possible? Reverend Z Mao's eyes widened in disbelief. Although there is indeed a possibility of directly obtaining a 4-star divine token in the 9-star Dao Palace's star token examination, there hasn't been a single case in Chuanyin City for several hundred years. You couldn't have been deceived, right? Taoist Master Treasure Snatcher, who hadn't said anything, couldn't help but feel suspicious. This is something that the three of us personally witnessed. How could it be fake? You can't do it, but that doesn't mean that others can't do it. Do you believe that fellow Taoist Dark North's true power is definitely above ours? Enlightened Master Pei hurriedly retorted loudly. All right, I'm well aware of Reverend Dark North's strength. You can't judge him by his cultivation level. I believe that after a few missions, I'll be able to raise the rank of my star token very quickly. Taoist Master Pan Shi waved his hand and gave the final word. Ziyue blinked and asked curiously, what kind of mission is it? If you find it difficult, I won't force you. Moreover, if I don't feel that it's appropriate, I might not necessarily decide to participate. He had only received a message from enlightened Master Pei. As for the specific reason, he hadn't been told. This mission is indeed unusual. It's a 9-star mission. Moreover, it's a group mission. Enlightened Master Pan Shi explained. A 9-star mission? Hearing this, Bai Ziyue asked with some doubt. Isn't a 9-star mission only an expert with an 8-star deity token required to accept it? That's right. However, this mission wasn't accepted by us. It was accepted by a 9-star Divine Realm expert, Taoist Huge Axe, several months ago. However, due to the difficulty, Taoist Huge Axe continued to recruit people. This old Taoist only had the opportunity to participate because I'm familiar with the other party. Enlightened Master Pan Shi said proudly. Although the difficulty of this 9-star mission is high, the risk is also high. However, the rewards are also very generous. Once successfully completed, not only will there be generous rewards, but all of our star tokens will also be upgraded. For example, Enlightened Master Gudu and I will almost certainly upgrade our god tokens to the 6-star level. Enlightened Master ZMO and Enlightened Master Life Caesar will also be able to upgrade their god tokens to the 7-star level. As for you, Taoist Dark North, you can also directly jump from 4-star to 5-star to 6-star. This kind of opportunity doesn't come by often. If it wasn't a 9-star mission, we would probably have to accumulate more than 3 missions to be able to achieve it. Enlightened Master Pei quickly replied. This reward is indeed generous. Ziyue pondered for a moment. If he wanted to upgrade his star token, He would have to participate in low-level missions endlessly. Not only would it be time-consuming, but it would also be troublesome. He didn't want to let go of such an opportunity to quickly upgrade his star token. As for the danger, he was very confident. Unless there was a Golden Core Realm expert, he wouldn't be afraid. Although a 9-star mission was of a high level, it was almost impossible for a Golden Core Realm expert to appear. Most importantly, as Enlightened Master Pei had said, the more dangerous the mission, the greater the reward. Whether it was the spirit stones, treasures, or the soul energy that came with it, they were all very tempting. Thinking of this, Ziyue continued, "If that's the case, I'm willing to participate." However, Enlightened Master ZMO and Enlightened Master Treasure Caesar's opinions were only worried that fellow Taoist strength isn't enough and that you'll easily encounter misfortune. Now that we know that fellow Taoist strength and potential are extraordinary, we naturally don't want to be petty. Enlightened Master ZMO's voice softened, and he quickly smiled. Enlightened Master Treasure Caesar also nodded, revealing a trace of kindness. Since even Enlightened Master Panshur recognized Ziyue's strength, they naturally wouldn't disagree. Good, then it's decided. Tomorrow morning, we'll gather at the 9-star Tao Palace. Enlightened Master Panshur immediately laughed heartily. Tomorrow? So soon? Ziyue stared blankly. This time, it's indeed a little rushed. If fellow Taoist had ended his seclusion a little later, we might have missed it. However, the time was set by Enlightened Master Huge Axe, so we can only choose to abide by it. Enlightened Master Panshur replied. Then, what are the details of this mission? Ziyue immediately asked. I don't know the specifics. However, it's normal for us Stargrade experts to hide things from them for the sake of confidentiality. We only need to prepare the necessary antidotes, healing, and spiritual sense recovery pills, as well as the appropriate talismans and magical treasures. There's no need to worry too much about the rest. Enlightened Master Pan shook his head. Ziyue nodded and could only suppress the doubts in his heart. The next morning, Ziyue rushed to the 9-star Tao Palace's entrance. As early as yesterday, he had already recorded the mission certificate with Enlightened Master Panshur and the others, so there was no need to go through it again. Soon, he discovered that Enlightened Master Pei and the others were already waiting at the entrance. In addition to them, there were more than 30 unfamiliar Divine Realm experts present. Most of them were late-stage Divine Realm experts. There were also middle-stage Divine Realm experts like him, but they were relatively few. Among them, there were even a few who had reached the peak of the Divine Realm. The weakest among them was a 7-star Divine Realm expert. Each of them looked somewhat arrogant. Fellow Taoist Dark North, you've come. Enlightened Master Pei greeted and then hurriedly brought Ziyue to a purple-robed old man. He said respectfully, Enlightened Master Xiangshan, this is Enlightened Master Dark North. He's also participating in this mission. Fellow Taoist, please cooperate. The purple-robed old man said. Without waiting for Ziyue's reply, he took out an oval-shaped spiritual pearl and began to verify the aura on Ziyue's body, comparing it with the Stargrade Divine token on him. Seeing that Ziyue was only wearing a 4-star Divine token, he didn't say much. After some verification, the old man's expression relaxed, and he said, Fellow Taoist, welcome to this mission. The difficulty of this mission is probably much greater than what we had imagined. Following Enlightened Master Pei back to Enlightened Master Panshan and the others, Ziyue happened to hear Enlightened Master Zixian's emotional voice. Isn't that so? Enlightened Master Huge Axe, Evil Moon Fairy, and Enlightened Master Great Sun, 3 9-star Divine Realm experts. Enlightened Master Xiangshan and Enlightened Master Demon Slayer, 2 8-star Divine Realm experts. In addition, there are quite a few 7-star Divine Realm experts. It's said that there will be a total of 7. Enlightened Master Treasure Snatcher said with a solemn face. With such a powerful force, even a second-rate sect without a Golden Core Realm expert would find it difficult to bear. I wonder what the goal of this mission is, that it requires so many experts to work together. Enlightened Master Pei couldn't help but sigh. Ziyue also had some doubts in his heart. The cost of issuing a mission in the 9-star Dao Palace was not small. For this mission to invite so many experts, the basic reward was not a small sum. For example, Ziyue had a 4-star divine token, so the minimum reward for each mission was 5 million low-grade spirit stones, plus a certain amount of mission points to increase his star rank. Although these spirit stones did not have to be given to him now, they had to be handed over to the 9-star Dao Palace first. There were more than 30 people present, plus those who hadn't arrived yet, so there should be 50 divine realm experts. The lowest level of 4-star divine token was 4 stars, and most of them were 7-star, 8-star, and 9-star divine realm experts. The price would definitely be higher. The basic reward was estimated to be more than 500 million low-grade spirit stones, and in fact, it would definitely be more. This was because the 3 9-star deity realm experts were not people who could be persuaded by mere spiritual stones. Only treasures that they valued would be able to persuade them. Be careful. The mission this time is definitely not that simple. We should take care of each other and not cause any trouble. Enlightened Master Panshi's face was full of seriousness, and he felt the pressure in his heart. Chapter 512. Understood. Don't worry. The others all nodded solemnly. For such a large-scale mission, I should be able to increase my soul power faster. I don't expect to break through 100 million in one go, but the more soul power I have, the more it will help me. The only thing I'm worried about is whether I'll encounter some unknown danger this time. Ziyue pondered silently. He couldn't help but have a thought. His hands moved and formed a seal. He immediately used the minor evasion technique that he had deduced before. In an instant, a misty green light flashed and fell on his body. Suddenly, a special and obscure feeling flashed in his heart, causing his mind to sway slightly. There seems to be a certain amount of danger, but the feeling is not that strong. Ziyue frowned inwardly, still unable to figure it out. Although the lesser evasion technique could play a certain role for a God Realm expert like him, its effect was limited and his perception was somewhat blurry. Seeing this, he could only suppress the worry in his heart and wait patiently with the others. After a short while, a total of 50 people had gathered. Among them, a rather imposing cultivator who seemed to be the leader suddenly waved his hand. Immediately, a warship of various sizes appeared in the void and quickly floated in the void. This is the Giant Axe Spiritual Master's Giant Axe warship. Not only is its defense unparalleled, but its speed is also very fast. It is said that at its fastest speed, it is comparable to the speed of a gold core expert. When the Giant Axe Spiritual Master promoted his God token to 9 stars, he exchanged it from the treasury of the 9 stars Dao Palace. It is worth 30,000 high-grade spirit stones. Spiritual Master Pei hurriedly explained when he saw the surprise in Ziyue's eyes. So expensive. Ziyue had been somewhat tempted, but the price made him frown. 30,000 high-grade spirit stones was equivalent to 300 million low-grade spirit stones. With his current wealth, he could not afford it. It was also worth mentioning that even if he wanted to buy it, he could not buy it now. This was because one needed at least a 9-star God token to have the qualifications and authority to purchase items from the 9-star Dao Palace's treasury. Currently, he only had a 4-star God token. At most, he could purchase high-grade magic treasures. If he had the help of the Qing Su sect, he would not have to worry about this. With his status, no one would say anything if he asked the Weapon Integration Hall to customize a battleship, and the price would be cheaper. However, at the moment, he naturally wouldn't consider such a thing. Everyone, board the ship. We still have half a month to travel. Taoist Master Huge Axe shouts loudly and takes the lead to board the warship. Then came the 9-star deity, Realm Evil Moon Fairy, Immortal Great Sun, Immortal Bear Mountain, Immortal Demon Slayer. Ziyue followed closely behind the others and flew onto the warship. The true battleship didn't look big from the outside, but it was actually very spacious inside. Inside the warship, There were many rooms that looked like cultivation rooms. However, it was clear that there were relatively few such rooms. Only those experts of the deity realm above the 7-star deity realm could stay in them. Practitioners like him, who held the 4-star deity token, could only stay in the cabin of the warship and find a place to sit down cross-legged. Rumble! The formation rose, and the warship rushed out of Chuanyan City. With a swish, it disappeared on the spot and sailed toward the southeast. The huge axe warship moved forward at a high speed, but it was quite stable. Even the loud noise caused by the warship breaking through the sound barrier was blocked by the formation. Because they knew that there was still half a month to travel, everyone seemed quite relaxed. Some people who liked wine directly took out spiritual wine and drank it. Some practitioners who were good at making talismans cast a soundproof talisman and began to make talismans directly. In order to survive in the difficult world of immortal spells, each of the practitioners of immortal spells had mastered certain skills. Their skills might not be very brilliant, but they were very practical. Of course, there were also some people who sat and talked about cultivation methods and the use of magic. There were also some people who chatted and talked about some interesting stories about various sects and experts. Ziyue watched and listened. Then he silently closed his eyes, but he didn't immerse himself in cultivation. Because the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was thin during the journey, it was not suitable for cultivation. As for the 3 great magic skills, although he also wanted to practice and get started as soon as possible, it was naturally very inconvenient for him to do so in the warship. Therefore, he once again placed his attention on the Tao runes. After such a long time of comprehension, the number of Tao runes he had mastered had increased from 2 to 3 at the beginning to 30 to 40. Moreover, as his mastery of Tao runes increased and his strength increased, the speed of his comprehension of new Tao runes also increased. He believed that it wouldn't take long for him to comprehend all 105 great Tao runes. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Ziyue suddenly opened his eyes. Taoist Dark North, enlightened being Panshan has something to say. He told me to summon you to his secret cultivation room. It was enlightened being Pei who had approached and said, "All right." Ziyue nodded, stopped cultivating, and followed enlightened being Pei into the interior of the warship. After inspecting the interior of the warship, he found that it was much more luxurious than the outside. Almost every corner was exquisite, and there were spirit pearls that naturally gathered light, emitting a gentle light that illuminated the interior. Stepping into enlightened being Pan Shan's secret cultivation room, it was as spacious as a courtyard. There was even a pill refining room. A unique and comforting incense fragrance faintly wafted through the air. It was as different as heaven and earth compared to the outside. "You're all here." Enlightened being Panshan looked at Ziyue and the others, then opened the soundproof array in the secret cultivation room. "I've been beating around the bush with a few 7-star deities for the past few days. Now that we're all on the warship, enlightened being Huge Axe and the others didn't want to hide too much, so they finally revealed the mission." "What is it?" Enlightened being Pei hurriedly asked. "Don't tell me they want us to attack some sect?" Enlightened being Purple Doe had been muttering to himself all this time. "Of course not. In the entire 9-star Tao Palace, there are many experts from sects like you and me. The various sects are very wary of it, and the 4 great immortal sects will never allow a power that can threaten them to appear. If the 9-star Tao Palace dares to issue a mission to exterminate a sect, it will definitely cause a backlash from the various sections. They will immediately join forces to attack the 9-star Tao Palace." Enlightened being Pei hurriedly retorted. "The 9-star Tao Palace is extremely powerful, and its forces are spread throughout the firmament territory. It's said that they even have branches overseas. I estimate that there are many primordial spirit realm experts, so they shouldn't be too wary of the 4 great immortal sects of the cloud-piercing mountain range, right?" Enlightened being Purple Doe argued disapprovingly. "Then do you think that super sects like the Celestial Spirit sect and the Creation sect will allow the 9-star Tao Palace to grow and threaten them?" Enlightened being Pei retorted. All right, you can discuss this in private. Let me finish. Enlightened being Pan Shan glared at the two, then hurriedly said, from enlightened being Huge Axe, our mission this time is a demon-slaying mission. The target of the mission is the soul-controlling demon monarch. Demon monarch? A golden core realm demon monarch? Enlightened being Dugu, who had been silent all this time, was shocked. The others also looked shocked. A golden core realm expert was not easy to deal with. Even if they had 3 9-star deities on this trip, it would still be difficult to deal with him. Is it the soul-controlling demon monarch who died 1,000 years ago? Enlightened being Treasure Snatcher suddenly asked. 1,000 years ago? Had he fallen? Enlightened being Dugu's mind suddenly relaxed, and he vaguely felt that he had heard of this name before. That's right. This time, it said that someone discovered the soul-controlling demon monarch's tomb. Enlightened being Pan sure nodded and continued. The soul-controlling demon monarch back then could be said to have caused countless cultivators to tremble in fear. This was especially true for his ability to control souls. How many geniuses and veteran experts of the various sects had no choice but to become his prisoners and be ordered around by him? Later on, if it weren't for the 2 sect masters of the 4 major immortal sects who severely injured him, it would have caused a huge catastrophe. However, after the 2 sect masters took action, it took nearly 100 years for the news to spread that the soul-controlling demon monarch had died. It was only then that the cultivators in the entire cloud-piercing mountain range heaved a sigh of relief. One could imagine the impact the soul-controlling demon monarch had caused back then. In addition, along with the news of his death, the news that the soul-controlling demon monarch had built a huge tomb for himself spread out. The soul-controlling demon monarch had buried his natal magic treasure, the soul-controlling flag, and all the loot he had looted over the past hundreds of years in his tomb. Our mission is to break into the tomb and assist enlightened being Huge Axe and the others to seize his natal magic treasure, the soul-controlling flag. This soul-controlling flag is the proof of our mission. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They could not help but ask, what kind of danger is in the tomb? Tell me, if you knew you were going to die and spent nearly 100 years building a tomb for yourself, would you let other experts break in so easily? Enlightened being Pan sure narrowed his eyes and said, if it were me, I'd definitely use all kinds of methods to kill all the cultivators who break in. Enlightened being Pei's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly said, therefore, it's also very dangerous. There will definitely be experts who will fall. However, danger and opportunity often coexist. Back then, the soul-controlling demon monarch had destroyed a sect with a golden core enlightened being in charge and took the sect's thousands of years of foundation. Although there might not be a lot of treasures, there would definitely be a lot of them. There might even be peerless spiritual items that can help peak God realm experts to break through to the golden core realm. Enlightened being Pan Shan looked at everyone and continued, aren't you tempted by these treasures? Chapter 513. Of course I know. With Taoist Huge Axe and the others here, we might not get a share of the top treasures. But if they eat meat, we can also have a mouthful of soup. The weakest of the 6 of us has the fighting strength of a late divine realm expert. Even if we can't defeat a 9-star divine realm expert, we won't be weaker than an 8-star divine realm expert. So, when the time is right, we can fight for it. Since there's a chance, I think you won't be satisfied with just the basic rewards, right? The treasures in the process of participating in the mission are the most tempting. A 9-star mission will definitely give a lot of treasures. Even if Taoist Huge Axe and the others pick the leftovers, the rewards of a 7 or 8-star mission can't be compared. Taoist Pan Shan said excitedly, of course we are tempted, but we need to be alive to take it. Enlightened Master Pei said with self-awareness. Zuf frowned. Taoist Pan Shu's heart was in a mess. Although Reverend Soul Control was wealthy and had already passed away, the fact that Reverend Huge Axe was so cautious and had even invited 2 9 stars, 2 8 stars, and 7 7 stars a total of 50 experts with late-stage divine realm battle prowess, was enough to prove the degree of danger involved. It was unwise to think about the treasures first instead of the danger. His face was expressionless, but he was vigilant in his heart. Of course, if we really encounter danger, we'll have to prioritize our lives. But if we really encounter treasures, we don't have to hesitate. Taoist Huge Axe said that we have to listen to orders and not act on our own. Everything will depend on our own means. Taoist Pan sure calmed down a little and said, Of course we won't miss such a good opportunity. Taoist Purple Cloud, Taoist Treasure Snatcher, and the others smiled and said quickly. Ziyuan nodded and didn't refute. The warship flew at an extremely fast speed. No one dared to provoke the extraordinary Huge Axe warship. Therefore, the journey was very smooth. Soon, half a month passed in a flash. At this time, Taoist Huge Axe, Evil Moon Fairy, Taoist Great Sun, and the others finally showed up. By now, I'm sure all of you have heard about the objective of our mission. That's right, this was the mausoleum that the soul-controlling demon sovereign had built for 100 years before his death. It was also the true burial ground of the soul-controlling demon monarch. That said, although the soul-controlling demon overlord had died, it would not be easy to dig up his grave and retrieve his treasures. This was because the group of experts that he had enslaved 1,000 years ago had all been refined into a group of undying special existences in his mausoleum. They had guarded his mausoleum for a long time. Although these experts' souls were in chaos and they had become incomparably crazy, even their battle prowess had decreased to a certain extent. They were no longer at their peak, but they were numerous and in groups. Moreover, they did not fear death and were extremely difficult to deal with. Therefore, when we truly enter the mausoleum, I hope that all of you will listen to the arrangements and follow my instructions. If you dare to act on your own, don't blame us for being impolite. Taoist Master Huge Axe explained. His gaze suddenly became incomparably cold. His body was filled with endless majesty as he swept his gaze across the crowd. Immediately, a group of relatively weaker cultivators lowered their heads. All right, everyone, follow me down the warship. Taoist Master Huge Tiger smiled satisfactorily. Even though there were a few people who did not show any change in expression, he did not mind and rushed down the warship first. Following closely behind, the others rushed out as well. Ziyue followed behind Taoist Master Pei and the others. With a glance, he realized that they had already appeared in a desolate mountain range. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was extremely thin. Within a few hundred miles, there were very few traces of people. It was obviously a desolate land. Even the poisonous insects and ferocious beasts that lived in this area were mostly ordinary creatures. There were very few that had even become demons. This is the soul-controlling demon sovereign's mausoleum? Someone asked with a look of surprise. Don't worry, we still have half an hour to catch up. Taoist Master Huge Axe waved his hand and kept his Huge Axe warship. Then he rushed straight into the depths of the mountain range. At this point, most people did not know where exactly they were. Very few people had been here before. Seeing this, they quickly followed. Half an hour later, an incomparably huge abyss cliff appeared in front of everyone. The abyss was shrouded in fog. Apart from a few wisps of strange wind, there was nothing different about the abyss. In the eyes of others, this is just a place with a cliff. In fact, it is indeed so. The bottom of the cliff is just an ordinary mountain and river walkway. It is no different from other places. However, in fact, there is a hidden formation here. It is the entrance to the soul-controlling demon sovereign's mausoleum. Only those who are proficient in the Tao of formation and have mastered the divine ability can vaguely see some of the mysteries. Taoist Master Huge Axe stood beside the cliff and looked at everyone. Hearing this, the others hurriedly used their spying techniques. However, their expressions soon became unsightly. Apart from a few people, most of them did not discover anything. Among the people present, the weakest was an expert at the late stage of the divine realm. Perhaps they were not brilliant formation masters, but everyone had mastered the spiritual eye-spying technique. In fact, they were quite confident in themselves. However, they still could not perceive the mystery. Some people could not help but cast out their magic weapons. However, the magic weapons were empty. Except for a piece of mountain rocks, they did not cause the slightest fluctuation of the formation. Ziyue used his divine sense and performed the big hole observation technique. An obscure fluctuation immediately appeared in his perception. At this time, in his eyes, the originally ordinary abyss immediately changed. A gust of gloomy air rushed straight into the air. There was also a strange, cold air rushing into the sky. However, it was blocked by a layer of obscure spiritual light and did not leak out. Taoist Master Huge Axe had been paying attention to everyone. Suddenly, he noticed Ziyue's strange look. He was moved and could not help but take another look at him. Previously, when he stared at Ziyue, he paid more attention to him because he did not avoid his gaze. At this time, the strange look on Ziyue's face obviously showed that he had noticed something, which made him a little surprised. However, when he found that the other party was only at the middle stage of the divine realm, he looked away again. Even if a cultivator at this stage was really special, his strength would not be strong. Naturally, he would not pay too much attention to it. In this cemetery, there is a superior 4th grade formation. Even a gold core realm immortal would not be able to find it without careful observation. Fortunately, I have a 4th grade formation breaking talisman here, which can tear the formation in a small range so that we can step in smoothly. After all, the 4th grade formation breaking talisman has limited power, so it can only break the formation for 10 breaths at most. The time is limited, so you must rush in quickly. In addition, I have to remind you that after entering, you must not act rashly, because danger may come at any time. It's better to use the defensive method first. As Taoist Master Huge Axe spoke, he turned his hand and took out a talisman. Without hesitation, he directly activated the formation-breaking talisman. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A trembling sound was heard. Then, an orange formation Dao light film appeared and was torn into a wall-like hole the moment it appeared. In the hole, it was extremely empty. Strong and strange black light immediately swept out from it, and there was a vague sound like the crying of ghosts and the howling of gods. The Qi was frighteningly thick. "Go in!" Taoist Master Huge Axe shouted in a low voice. With a flash of spiritual light, a layer of defensive light shield was propped up, and then he immediately rushed out. Rashly entering a dangerous place, no one would take it lightly. Therefore, in an instant, everyone displayed their defensive method and rushed in the flickering spiritual light. Ziyue's mind moved, and it took 3 breaths of time. Suddenly, a pitch-black robe that wrapped his whole body emerged in an instant. This robe, like a substance, wrapped his whole body in it. It seemed thin, but it was extremely solid. It was the great magic 5 Emperor God royal robe. Even if he had not learned this great magic, when he displayed it, it had at least the defensive power of a high-grade magic weapon. However, at this time, he still felt that it was not safe. With a sweep of his divine thought, a 7-colored spiritual light appeared on his body. The 7-colored light flickered and fell on his body, making him look like an immortal in the mortal world. He was dazzling and incomparably holy. Magic, 7-colored disaster overcoming spiritual light. Not caring about the surprised eyes of others, Ziyue lifted his foot and directly rushed into the hole before it was about to close. What a heavy Qi! Furthermore, the space here is much larger than I had imagined. Ziyue's eyes flashed, and there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. Be careful. Don't use your divine thought. Everyone, stay close. At this moment, there was a low shout. Ziyue, who was about to use his divine thought, had to withdraw it and move closer to the others. But at this time, out of habit, someone used his divine thought at the first moment. How big was the range of the divine thought at the late-stage God realm? Even if it was suppressed, it instantly reached thousands of meters away. Then, roar. Kill. Charge. Ferocious roars that sounded like the roars of beasts came from all directions. This is the group of experts that the soul-controlling demon emperor enslaved. They actually survived until now. Someone exclaimed, but his face was slightly pale. There were too many of them. They were rushing in from all directions. Chapter 514. Looking at the endless stream of figures flying over from afar, the sheer number of them caused the faces of everyone present to change. Demonic beasts, cultivators, souls. How many are there? Spiritual Master Pei couldn't help but ask. There are at least thousands of them as far as the eye can see. I don't know how many are further away. Spiritual Master Pan Shi's expression was somewhat ugly. Even though there were so many of them, not all of them were at the divine realm. Most of them were at the aperture enlightening realm, and even the chi refining realm. Among them, the most numerous were spirits. These souls were mostly demonic souls that were absorbed after the death of the surrounding beasts. They grew up with the help of the rich attribute energy here. However, after thousands of years of accumulation, a group of powerful demonic souls that were comparable to those at the divine realm were also born among them. This time, how much soul energy will they bring to me? Looking at the enemies that were rushing toward him, Ziyue's eyes lit up. He calculated silently and felt excited. Even if the soul energy brought to him was not much, when a number of souls piled up, it was still very terrifying. Except for a few times, the joy of the rapid increase of his soul energy was only felt when he was killing demonic beasts wantonly in the innumerable huge mountains. However, in the innumerable huge mountains, he had to be careful when he was fighting. He was afraid that he would provoke a powerful divine realm great demon or attract the attention of a golden core realm demon monarch. Although he was happy, he still had some scruples. At this moment, he could kill as he wished, not to mention that there were 40 to 50 powerful divine realm experts beside him who were attacking at the same time. The situation would be completely different. Spiritual Master Huge Axe's aura rose, and a trace of madness flashed in his eyes. He shouted, "Kill! Kill! Kill! Kill!" After the initial surprise, the other experts calmed down quickly and attacked almost instantly. On the opposite side, the demonic souls roared wildly. The eyes of the group of cultivators and demonic beasts that were controlled showed an abnormal blood-red color. They were full of madness and attacked instinctively. Spells, magic treasures, divine abilities, all sorts of attacks converged, and the densely packed mausoleum that was originally incomparably dark was almost as bright as day. Boom! 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 The violent attacks tore the air apart and made explosive sounds. "Kill!" Reverend Pan Shan shouted, leading Ziyue and the others. He didn't move too far away from the others. A long saber swept out and slashed at a divine realm demon soul. The others also attacked one after another, each using their own magic treasures. By then, Ziyue had also noticed that the cultivators charging towards him had abnormal facial expressions. Not only was his face ferocious, but his eyes were also blood-red. Moreover, there was almost no vitality on his body. He muttered in his heart, but his attacks were equally merciless. With a thought, his flying sword flashed. Puff! A late-stage aperture opening realm cultivator's head was instantly pierced through. But soon, Ziyue's eyes lit up. The moment he killed the other party's eyes actually became clear for a moment, clearly revealing a trace of gratitude mixed with relief. It seems that being under soul control for the rest of their lives is also an extremely painful thing for them. Seeing this, Ziyue moved even faster. His flying sword flashed and streaked across the sky. Occasionally, he would even stretch out his arm and form the great immortal martial palm imprint. With a flip of his hand, he would press down with his palm. Rumble! In an instant, a large number of demonic souls and cultivators under the control of the soul control technique were crushed and turned into ashes. Spiritual energy plus 247232 plus 476871 plus 84621, plus 385, 8769, plus 4852. A large number of spirit energy values that were increasing by varying amounts instantly flashed past his eyes. Among them, there were some that he had killed himself, but even more of them came from the hands of others. 50 middle stage and late stage divine realm experts, even those at the peak of the divine realm, attacked at the same time, which was really powerful and unparalleled. Since Bai Ziyue was only at the middle stage of the divine realm and only had a 4-star divine token on his body, he did not display his full strength. Naturally, he had the leisure to observe the situation of the people around him. The strength of a 9-star divine realm experts is really extraordinary. Each of them has the strength of the peak of the divine realm. This person's divine sense and the means he displayed. He should be a disciple of the Qingshu sect. Well, this is also, among the 50 people, there are 3 disciples of the Qingshu sect that I found. Including me, there are 4 disciples of the Qingshu sect. Maybe there are more, but I didn't find them. This person seems to be called Immortal Qinya. Look at his 7-star divine token, but his actual battle strength is only 6 stars, which is only equivalent to the first level of the late-stage divine realm. He can't reach the 3rd level of the peak of the divine realm, which is the level of ordinary 7-star experts. On the other hand, Taoist Jiuqi only has a 5-star deity token on his body, but the power of the blow just now has definitely reached the 3rd level of the peak deity realm. In other words, he should have the battle strength of a 7-star deity realm expert. After observing for a while, Yue was almost clear about the strength of the cultivators around him. Even if someone deliberately hid it, as long as a trace of it was revealed, he could have a relatively accurate judgment. However, he was not surprised that the star token level and the cultivator's actual battle strength did not match. Although the star token level could measure a cultivator's strength to a certain extent, it was not accurate. For example, there were some cultivators like Ziyue, whose actual strength was stronger, but because they had not obtained the star token for a long time, they did not have time to upgrade it. There were even some experts who did not care about the star token level, or liked to pretend to be weak and deliberately did not upgrade the star token level. As for those experts whose star token level exceeded their actual strength, there was naturally no shortage of them. For example, this large-scale 9-star mission could help Reverend ZMO and Reverend Treasure Snatcher reach the level of the 7-star deity's token if they could successfully complete it. However, their actual combat strength was only at the level of 6-star deities of the late stage of the divine realm. That was to say, once they returned from the mission, they would become 7-star inferior experts. Of course, if they could upgrade to 7-star, they could exchange for some relatively powerful treasures from the 9-star Dao Palace to enhance their strength. It was not impossible for them to upgrade their strength to 7-star level. Therefore, in many cases, the star token level could indeed represent a cultivator's true strength. Go to hell. At this moment, Immortal Giant Axe held the giant axe and slashed hard. Swoosh! A huge axe shadow flashed past, and the 6 divine realm existences were fighting with him. 2 demon souls, 1 demon cat, and 3 cultivators were all slashed in half by the axe. They fell to the ground with a sizzling sound. Even the demonic soul didn't have the chance to reform before it was instantly obliterated by the axe, killing it. With a swing of his axe, he had killed 6 divine realm experts. Although the strength of these 6 divine realm existences was not strong, this attack was absolutely shocking. This axe, it has surpassed the first level of the divine realm and is about to touch the level of the half-step golden core realm. He has definitely cultivated a divine power that is compatible with him to the perfect divine power. Moreover, he has gone 1 step further and condensed a divine power seed. In the future, he might be able to evolve it into a great divine power. Ziyue looked at it in a daze, and an inexplicable feeling arose in his heart. He began to carefully recall the mystery of this axe. It was extremely fast, but the moment it touched the enemy, it was like a volcanic eruption. It was as powerful as wind and fire, but the axe was silent. Everything that the axe passed by was destroyed. He thought of the few great divine powers that he had cultivated. This was especially true for the great magnetic slash, which was fast to the extreme and could silently and decisively destroy everything in its path. Slash everything. Go forward with indomitable will, Zuf frowned. He felt that he had grasped the key point, but he felt that he was still a little lacking. Immortal Biming, what's wrong with you? Immortal Pei had been following Zue. When he saw that Zue was distracted and did not respond to a demon soul, he quickly killed it and asked, I'm fine. Zue shook his head and controlled the flying sword to slash continuously. Half of his mind was still thinking about the axe. On the other side, the strength of the giant axe is so strong. As expected, he has taken the key half step. Immortal Dari exclaimed. With this step, the probability of him forming the core has increased by another 5%. Evil Moon Fairy also exclaimed in admiration. Although 5% was small, the immortal cultivation method cultivators fought against the heavens. Every step they took was against the heavens. A 5% chance of forming the core had already surpassed most of the peak of the aperture in Lightning Realm. When Immortal Giant Axe showed his power, the pressure on the surrounding cultivators was immediately reduced. After killing the demon souls, the speed of the soul-controlling cultivators increased greatly. Time passed. Under the situation where the absolute strength was overwhelming and a large number of the demon souls at the deity realm were killed, the group of demon souls that still maintained a certain level of consciousness immediately scattered and quickly fled into the depths of the cemetery. Only the soul-controlling cultivators and demonic beasts were all crazy. However, Liu and the others had the combat strength comparable to the third class of the late-stage deity realm. It did not take them much effort to kill all the demon souls in front of their relieved eyes. The battle stopped immediately. These cultivators and demonic beasts only have 1 or 2 natal magic treasures on them. They don't even have storage bags on them. I guess their wealth has been plundered when the soul-controlling demon monarch enslaved them. Immortal Z-Sun and Immortal Pei returned from the corpses while cursing. Obviously, the harvest was very small. Ziyued did not comment on this. From the strength of the soul-controlling cultivators, he had already seen this point. Therefore, he did not join the fun. However, he was in a very good mood. That was because the amount of his spiritual energy had surpassed his previous limit and had increased by a large margin. 79,580,000. That's close to 80 million soul energy points. Based on my original calculation of more than 30 million soul force, this wave alone has increased my soul force by more than 47 million soul force points. Ziyue took a deep breath and felt excited. Chapter 515. 79 million points, nearly 80 million points of spiritual energy. This was definitely the most he had ever gained. With the help of this spiritual energy, as long as he wanted to, he could immediately complete the second transformation and become a late-stage divine realm cultivator, greatly increasing his strength and realm. But with so much spiritual energy, it's a bit troublesome. While Ziyue was satisfied, a trace of vigilance arose in his heart. Up until now, he naturally knew that every time the number of spirits on the attribute panel increased by 10 times from the previous level up, the attribute panel would definitely level up again. Upgrading was admittedly a good thing, allowing the attribute panel to better assist him. For example, the additional enlightenment function from the previous upgrade was of great help to him. But during the upgrade, the attribute panel couldn't be used, and it would take at least a month. Ziyue was somewhat reluctant. If it was a normal time, it would be fine, but now his strength was rapidly increasing, and he was in the dangerous mausoleum of the soul-controlling demon monarch. Naturally, he had to consider more, and he needed to use the attribute panel as his trump card. So, I have to learn the 3 great divine abilities as soon as possible. Otherwise, I can only rely on spiritual energy to increase my strength and realm. Ziyue thought in his heart, but didn't care too much. After all, this was a happy worry. Everyone although the first wave of enemies has been repelled, there must be stronger existences in the depths of the mausoleum. Let's take a short rest and then continue to advance. Taoist Huge Axe glanced at everyone and said, "Yes, the power of Taoist Huge Axe's axe just now made everyone admire and revere it." Naturally, no one disobeyed. At this moment, Taoist Pei approached and transmitted his voice to Ziyue, saying, "Be careful. I've just communicated with Taoist Jiu Qi, who I've cooperated with before. According to him, the soul-controlling demon monarch 1,000 years ago had a total of 3 soul-controlling demon monarchs at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. Even if the 2 sect masters killed one of them, the other 2 escaped together with the soul-controlling demon monarch. Judging from the strength of the soul control cultivators from before, their strength had been greatly reduced. At most, they only had 80% of their peak strength, and many of them only had 60% to 70% of their peak strength. However, 80% of a Golden Core perfected lord is already extremely terrifying. At the very least, they have the combat strength of a half-step Golden Core realm expert. It's not something we can deal with. Early stage of the Golden Core realm. Ziyue's heart trembled as he looked in the direction of Sage Jiu Qi. Sage Jiu Qi seemed to have sensed something as he also glanced at him and nodded in greeting. However, I think that since Taoist Master Huge Axe dared to make a move, he must have made thorough preparations. I believe that he must have some means to deal with these 2 early Jindan stage soul control cultivators. Therefore, when the time comes and we discover the appearance of such experts, do not hesitate and immediately avoid them. Act according to the circumstances and let them deal with them. When enlightened being Pei saw the strange expression on Ziyue's face, he couldn't help but console him. "If the sky falls, will the tall man hold it up?" Ziyue said with a smile. That's right. Even if the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. It won't be us." Enlightened being Pei chuckled and nodded repeatedly. The group set off again. The entire mausoleum was relatively dark, but the deeper they went, the denser the yin qi between heaven and earth. It was like hell. All kinds of demon souls roared and swayed around, but they didn't dare to approach because of their strength. Roar! Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar was heard. The entire world was suddenly shrouded in a layer of endless yellow fog. This yellow fog seemed to contain a special force that oppressed everyone, causing their bodies to sink and their speed to plummet. "Be careful!" everyone exclaimed. All of a sudden, a sword light flashed by like a bolt of lightning. A scream was heard. The first cultivator had fallen. Immediately after, even more flying swords, magical treasures, and spells came crashing down. There were even demonic souls that were wailing like ghosts and howling like gods. They let out long screams that disturbed one's heart and mind as they swept over. It's true Lord Yellow Earth and Sword Saint Green Depths who were controlled by the soul control demon Lord 1,000 years ago. Evil Moon Fairy shouted, "Attack!" Taoist Master Huge Axe had reacted the moment the yellow fog appeared. He immediately tossed out a glass golden lamp. The golden lamp rose and ignited in an instant. Immediately, a glass-like radiance scattered in all directions. Wherever the light passed, the yellow fog seemed to have met its nemesis and quickly dispersed. However, the heavy pressure that fell on everyone's body did not completely disappear, even though it had weakened. Everyone knew that this was a Golden Core realm, a precept realm that only a Golden Core expert could use. Even though the power of Yellow Earth and Sword Saint Green Depths realm had been greatly reduced because their strength had weakened to the half-step Golden Core realm, their combined strength was still able to suppress everyone's strength to a certain extent. The lower the realm, the greater the suppression. Die. Enlightened being Huge Axe roared and swung the giant axe in his hand. Swoosh! A huge axe shadow quickly swept past and fiercely chopped at a person who looked like a cultivator in a yellow Taoist robe. At the same time, Evil Moon Fairy and Great Sun Sage's aura rose. They also reacted at the first moment. They turned into 2 streams of light and directly rushed toward the green-robed soul control cultivator who was revealed under the illumination of the golden lamp. It was Sword Saint Green Depths. 3 9-star deity realm experts instantly faced 2 soul control cultivators in the golden core realm. At the same time, the rest of the people were surrounded by countless soul control cultivators, demonic beasts, and demon souls. The strength of the soul control cultivators that appeared this time was obviously much stronger than before. Coupled with the sudden appearance of a yellow fog, 3 cultivators who could not react in time were killed in the blink of an eye. At this time, Ziyue and the others also faced a group of soul control cultivators. Coupled with the interference of the demon's souls, the situation became difficult. Ziyue's flying sword flew across the sky. With a flash of sword light, it instantly killed the soul control cultivator in front of him. However, at the same time, 3 demon souls used the hypnosis technique and reached out their nether ghost claws to grab at him. Ziyue's expression did not change. With the strength of his soul and the protection of the greenwood soul-protecting bead given by the master of the weapon combination hall of the Qingshu sect, he was not affected at all. With a shift of his mind, an extremely solid black line flashed and disappeared quickly. Swish! 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 The 3 demonic souls at the divine realm were immediately cut in half. Moreover, the remaining power did not decrease. It directly cut dozens of weaker demonic souls behind them and then sank deep into the ground. The power of the magnetic slash is strong, but it only works on living beings. Its effect on souls like the demonic souls is greatly reduced. Ziyue looked at the demonic souls that, although their souls were greatly reduced, began to recover quickly. He could not help but sigh with emotion. No, that's not right. Suddenly, Ziyue's heart skipped a beat. His mind flashed quickly, and he recalled the axe of huge axe immortal. That axe was full of destruction. Not only did it directly kill the 3 powerful soul control cultivators, but also the 3 demon souls at the divine realm. Their souls and bodies were completely destroyed and dissipated. Although the axe of huge axe immortal was strong, it was just a divine sense. In terms of subtlety, it was definitely not as brilliant as my magnetic grand magic. After all, the great magnetic slash is still a great divine ability. Even if I haven't mastered it yet and can't unleash the full power of this great divine ability, the level of a great divine ability is naturally higher than that of a divine ability. Therefore, since Taoist Master Huge Axe was able to annihilate those 3 demonic souls with a single strike of his axe, my great magnetic slash will certainly be able to do the same. With these thoughts flashing in his mind, Ziyue gradually became excited. He finally understood why he had not learned the magnetic slash for a long time. He understood what was missing. The magnetic slash can cut everything and move forward with indomitable will, but it can also kill and annihilate everything. Ziyue's eyes lit up. Without any hesitation, he performed the magnetic slash in an instant. Sizzle. Heaven and earth dimmed, and immediately an extremely condensed ray, a magnetism ray turned into a thread. Like a lightning strike, it flashed past with a whoosh. It was extremely fast. Silently, the 3 demon souls at the divine realm that had just condensed were instantly cut, and then completely annihilated by the strange magnetic force contained in it. Their souls were scattered and no longer existed. Sure enough, it's done. The divine sense, magnetic slash, has been learned. Bai Ziyue was overjoyed, and he hurriedly looked at his stats interface. As expected, he saw the words Mastery of the Magnetism Great Mystic Art in the Great Mystic Art column. However, the number of spiritual energy has increased by 89 million, 90 million, 91 million. I can't wait any longer. Ziyue soon found that the number of spiritual energy in his body had also increased. His heart tightened, and he quickly looked at the magnetic grand magic on the attribute panel. Consuming 499,999 spiritual energy. The magnetic slash has been upgraded from beginner level to small mastery. Upgrade. Without any hesitation, he immediately chose to upgrade. Seeing that his spiritual energy had decreased, he felt relieved. Then, he felt a large amount of cultivation experience regarding the magnetic slash, the theory of how to use it, and the way to perform it quickly flowed into his mind. In a short period of time, he felt as if he had gone through hundreds of years of cultivation. He directly cultivated this divine sense to small mastery. At the same time that Ziwa chose to upgrade, his flying sword flashed around his surroundings. It turned into streaks of light and killed all the demon souls and soul control cultivators that rushed towards him. It also resolved the crisis for enlightened Master Pei and repelled an attack that was about to land on him. As Ziwa's strength and spiritual energy increased, his ability to adapt to the impact of the information on the attribute panel had increased tremendously. Unless it was the kind of impact of a breakthrough in cultivation level, it was almost impossible for an ordinary divine sense to make him lose focus. Not to mention that he had deliberately slowed down the speed of his improvement. He only upgraded the magnetic slash to small mastery first. However, the consumption of only 5 million spiritual energy was not enough to satisfy him. So, very soon, consuming 1 million spiritual energy, the magnetic slash has been upgraded from small mastery to large mastery. Consuming 2 million spiritual energy, the magnetic slash has been upgraded from large mastery to great mastery. Chapter 516. In just a short period of time, Ziwa's soul energy was rapidly depleted. At the same time, his understanding of the grand divine ability, the great magnetic slash, had reached the peak. The great magnetic slash has reached the peak. Now that I think about it, the bottleneck I encountered in the past was just a leaf in my eyes. Even the 5 Emperors' heaven-sealing sword and the 5 Emperors' divine imperial robe. Ziwa shook his head and laughed. Then, he began to comprehend the mysteries of the other 2 grand divine abilities. The barrier that had trapped him seemed to have been broken through by him like a hot knife through butter. In the midst of the fierce battle, a woman in a green immortal robe with a proud figure suddenly rushed out. Even though her eyes were blood-red and crazy, and her face was as cold as ice, she was still as beautiful as a fairy dust, causing the surrounding cultivators to have a look of admiration in their eyes. She was so beautiful that she did not belong to the mortal world. She's Fairy Xianyu, the peerless genius of the Tai celestial sect from 1,000 years ago. She had a high chance of breaking through to the Golden Core realm. However, she was enslaved by the soul-controlling Devil Monarch. "This is bad," Reverend Zixien exclaimed as he looked at the beautiful woman. Suddenly, his expression changed. The female cultivator stretched out her hand and pointed. A pink flying sword shining with 7-colored light quickly shot out and directly shot towards him. Reverend Mo's heart skipped a beat. Of course, he knew how powerful Fairy Xianyu was. Fairy Xianyu had reached the peak of the divine realm 1,000 years ago and was comparable to a 9-star divine realm expert. If she had not encountered the soul-controlling demon monarch, she would have had a high chance of condensing a gold core in the future and becoming a gold core realm existence. Even though his strength would be weakened to a certain extent, it was still not something he could deal with. As he frantically retreated, he used all his strength to summon a lotus pod from his body. The lotus was a rare treasure he had obtained by chance. It had both offensive and offensive capabilities. Its power was even stronger than his natal treasure. When treasure-snatching enlightened master saw this, he repelled a demonic soul that was close to him and hurriedly performed his treasure-snatching divine ability. However, the flying sword, which had always been successful in seizing treasures, only trembled slightly when it landed on the opponent's flying sword. The flying sword did not slow down and soon arrived in front of Reverend Mo and fiercely hit the lotus seed pod. Bang! The lotus seed pod was sent flying, but the flying sword still had enough energy to shoot over. "It's over." Reverend Mo despaired. He didn't expect that even though Fairy Xinu's strength had been weakened by more than 20%, she still possessed a battle prowess comparable to an 8-star deity. In front of such a powerhouse, his resistance immediately became somewhat redundant. Boom, boom, boom. Right at this moment, he suddenly felt his vision blur, and then he saw streaks of sword light descend in front of him, directly condensing into a huge 5-element sword light that could seal off the world. Once the 5-element sword light appeared, it immediately sealed Fairy Sinu's flying sword inside, making it unable to move at all. At this moment, it was Ziyue who had made his move. After he had raised the great magnetic slash to perfection, his thoughts fell on the 5 Emperors' heaven-sealing sword and 5 Emperors' imperial robe. As the saying goes, when a skill is mastered, all skills are mastered. In the blink of an eye, he had mastered these 2 great divine abilities. When he saw Reverend Zmo in danger, he immediately performed the 5 Emperors' heaven-sealing sword. As expected, it was effective. Thank you, Reverend Darknorth, for your help. Reverend Zmo was very grateful. He didn't expect Reverend Darknorth to save him at this critical moment. When he thought of how he had doubted Reverend Darknorth when they first met, he felt a wave of shame in his heart. He was incomparably glad that he had not continued to obstruct Reverend Darknorth. Otherwise, he would have been in real danger this time. Ziyue's expression didn't change. Just as he was about to make another move, he saw Reverend Panshan extend his hand. A mountain-shaped magic treasure rose with the wind and quickly turned into a huge mountain that smashed towards Fairy Sinu. Ziyue looked up and saw this. The Great Origin magnetic slash in his hand suddenly changed. It turned into a ray of light and shot toward Fairy Xinu before the huge mountain could fall. Divine ability, lesser forbidden spirit art. Chi-Chi. Suddenly, Fairy Sinu, who was about to perform a divine ability, opened her hand slightly. The spirit light on her body suddenly dissipated. Even the power of her divine sense was sealed within her body. Then, Fairy Sinu seemed to have no power to resist. She was ruthlessly smashed by Reverend Panshan's huge mountain and completely shattered. A trace of heartache flashed across Reverend Zmo's face as he said, as expected of Reverend Panshan, "Too strong. This time, it's all thanks to Reverend Darknorth. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to kill Fairy Sinu so easily." Reverend Panshan looked at Ziyue in amazement. He couldn't help but ask, "I wonder what divine ability this is." "It's just a supplementary technique. It's nothing much," Ziyue casually replied. His gaze, however, turned towards the battlefield where Reverend Huge Axe and the others were. This time, Reverend Huge Axe and the others had indeed come prepared. Perhaps their strength wasn't on par with these 2 existences who had reached the Golden Core realm 1,000 years ago, but they all had powerful treasures on them. When Reverend Huge Axe chopped down with his axe, he took advantage of the moment when True Monarch Yellow Earth blocked the attack to immediately take out a war bow. The war bow had an ordinary appearance, but it emitted a natural charm. When a golden arrow was placed on the bowstring, it immediately emitted an astonishing aura. Reverend Huge Axe exerted all his strength, but he was only able to draw the bowstring halfway. Then, with a bang, the arrow shot out like a flash of light. It arrived in front of True Monarch Yellow Earth in an instant and fiercely struck his head. Pooh! The arrow directly pierced through his head. However, a Golden Core realm True Monarch was on a completely different level from a Divine Realm cultivator. Even if his head was pierced, a Golden Core immediately transformed into a ray of light and rushed out from his body. Seeing this, Reverend Huge Axe's face didn't change in the slightest. As if he had been prepared for this, he shot out a net-shaped magic treasure and covered the Golden Core. A mass of spiritual fire burned it on the spot. With a miserable scream, the Golden Core completely stopped moving and was put away by him. On the other side, Fairy Evil Moon and Reverend Great Sun acted together, but they could only barely resist Sword Saint Green Depth's attack. Seeing this, Reverend Great Sun finally clenched his teeth and took out a sword talisman. As soon as the sword talisman was taken out, it immediately emitted a strong spiritual power. Reverend Great Sun's divine sense quickly poured into the sword talisman. Suddenly, a flying sword appeared, like a flash of lightning. It was extremely fast and quickly slashed toward Sword Saint Green depths. At the same time, Fairy Evilmoon also took out a handkerchief at this time. The handkerchief looked elegant, but when she threw it out, it immediately enlarged and formed a black vortex. The vortex rushed out and quickly swept towards Sword Saint Green depths. Sword Saint Green depths' flying sword technique was very powerful. Even if Fairy Evilmoon and Reverend Great Sun had used their trump cards, he could still barely resist. However, when Reverend Huge Axe joined in, his situation immediately became precarious. Defeat was only a matter of time. Ziyue relaxed and quickly withdrew his gaze. Suddenly, his expression changed and he looked down at the ground. This was because this time, they were facing the top experts who were enslaved by the soul-controlling demon monarch. In addition to the 2 golden core experts, there were at least 3 experts who were at the same level as Fairy Xinu. As a result, they had suffered quite a number of casualties. Up until now, the number of experts who had died had reached 9, including 2 7-star deity realm experts. However, when he looked at the ground, he saw that the flesh and blood essence in their corpses were melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if they were being drawn in by a special force and were being devoured by some mysterious method. This is Ziyue's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to remind them, he suddenly felt a voice transmission in his mind. Now go. Reverend Pan Shan's body streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning and quickly rushed into the depths of the cemetery. The moment he rushed out, more than 10 cultivators turned into streams of light and followed him. Obviously, when they saw that Reverend Huge Axe and the other 9-star deities were temporarily engaged in a fierce battle with Sword Saint Green depths, they immediately wanted to rush into the soul-controlling demon monarch's burial ground and snatch the treasures that might appear there. Seeing that Reverend Pei, Reverend Zmo, and the others were also moving, Ziyue quickly stopped them and shouted, "Don't go, it's dangerous." However, he did not manage to stop Reverend Panshan in time. After all, he was the first to move, and his speed was not slow either. "What's the danger?" Reverend Treasure Snatcher asked. The others did not look too good either. If they were a step slower, the treasures would be lost to them. Ziyue was stunned. He did not know what danger was in the depths of the cemetery, but he instinctively felt that something was wrong. He could not help but say, "Look at the ground. What's going on?" Their blood, flesh, and essence have all been sucked dry. Everyone's heart trembled, feeling waves of apprehension. Under their eyes, the blood, flesh, and essence of nearly 10 late deity realm cultivators have been sucked dry. Even the most ignorant and reckless person could sense that something was wrong. This formation seems a little familiar. At this moment, Reverend Juqi came closer and said with a glint in his eyes, "What formation?" Reverend Pei asked hurriedly. The others also looked nervous. Although they were coveting the treasures, they knew that they only had one life. Since they knew that this place was strange, of course, they would be more vigilant. At this moment, Ziyue used the lesser evasion art. Instantly, a misty green light flashed and landed on his body. His expression changed greatly in an instant. Chapter 517. Danger. He sensed danger. It was as if a calamity was about to befall him, which made him uneasy. Something's wrong. Retreat. Ziyue shouted and fled in the direction he came from without hesitation. Reverse blood, reincarnation. Oh no, the soul-controlling demon monarch might be resurrected. Spiritual Master Jiuqi also saw the direction of the formation and thought of a legendary formation. His expression changed. Rumble. At this moment, the void vibrated, and an extremely strong Yin-Chi surged. It instantly solidified and turned into a huge Yin-Chi cage. Everyone in the cage felt as if they were being pressed down by a heavy object that weighed more than 1,000,000 kilograms. All of them fell to the ground. "What's going on?" the cultivators exclaimed, their faces full of confusion and shock. Formation. This is a superior 4th grade formation. It's not just a formation. It's also a golden core realm. The combination of the two can produce such an effect. The cultivators spoke one by one, their hearts sinking. The golden core realm expert that appeared this time was not like true monarch Yellow Earth and Sword Saint Green Depths, who were in the state of the living dead because of the soul-controlling demon monarch. Their strength was greatly reduced and was only equivalent to a half-step golden core realm expert. Instead, it was an existence that had the complete combat strength of a golden core realm expert. Ziyue's body was like lightning, taking one step after another. However, at the instant that oppressive power descended, his body still sank. After a moment of hesitation, he fell down along with the rest of the people. It seems that Spiritual Master Panshan is doomed. Spiritual Master Bei Ming, what should we do next? Spiritual Master Pei, Spiritual Master ZMO, and the others were at a loss and could only follow Ziyue's lead. After all, Ziyue's previous performance was enough to prove his strength. He was definitely not weaker than an ordinary 7-star deity realm expert. Let's wait and see. Ziyue looked at the surroundings, his eyes flashing, and finally said. Although he said that, he did not stay idle. Taking advantage of the fact that the crisis had not officially arrived, he quickly sank his consciousness into the attribute panel. Consumed 35 million soul points to upgrade the 5 Emperor's heaven-sealing sword to perfection. Consumed 35 million soul points to upgrade the 5 Imperial God Imperial Robe to perfection. Upgrade. Upgrade. Ziyue chose to upgrade without hesitation. Since he knew that danger was about to befall him, he naturally had to do everything possible to increase his strength. The 5 Emperor's heaven-sealing sword and the 5 Emperor's divine royal robe were both powerful great mystiques. The 5 Emperor's heaven-sealing sword's ability to trap enemies and the 5 Emperor's divine royal robe's defensive ability were both excellent life-saving methods. He believed that once these two great divine abilities were improved to perfection, his ability to protect himself would definitely increase greatly, not to mention anything else. Innately, they would be invincible. The consumption of 70 million soul points in one go caused Ziyue's mind to tremble. Countless experiences of using the 5 Emperor's heaven-sealing sword and the 5 Emperor's divine royal robe, the way to use them, and the understanding of the various great divine abilities' mysteries all flowed into his mind. And he seemed to have gone through hundreds and thousands of years of continuous cultivation to master these two great divine abilities. He knew them like the back of his hand and had reached perfection. Finally, perfection. Now I have 3 grand abilities that have reached the grand perfection stage. I finally have more confidence. Ziyue secretly heaved a sigh of relief and could not help but use the lesser evasion technique again. This time, although the feeling of uneasiness was still there, it was obviously not like before. It was as if a great disaster was about to befall him. Haha, thank you for letting me, Wu Jiulong, live again. Right at this moment, a loud sound that sounded like metal colliding with stone could be heard. Wu Jiulong, who is that? It's the soul-controlling demon monarch. His real name is Wu Jiulong. Someone explained. However, everyone's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. The soul-controlling demon monarch was resurrected. They thought of the soul-controlling demon monarch's reputation 1,000 years ago. Even a golden core perfected cultivator was captured by him and turned into a living corpse. In order to repay your help, I have decided to turn all of you into soul-controlling puppets to witness the return of me, Wu Jiulong. The soul-controlling demon monarch's voice was heard again, but it was obviously much clearer than before, and the distance of the voice was obviously much closer than before. It is indeed the 9 in reverse blood reincarnation array. The soul-controlling demon monarch has been planning this for 1,000 years, and has accumulated an incomparably vast amount of energy just for this moment. With the help of the true blood essence of us cultivators, he can reverse life and death and come back to life. Perfected Jiuqi said with an ugly expression. In other words, without our arrival, he would not have been able to come back to life at all? Could there be a problem with this mission? Someone's expression changed and looked at Huge Axe Spiritual Master. Huge Axe Spiritual Master had just joined forces with Evil Moon Fairy and Perfected Great Sun to kill Sword Saint Qingming. He did not even have time to breathe a sigh of relief before encountering such an unforeseen event. His originally grave expression turned ugly when he heard this. He looked at everyone and said coldly, "I accepted this mission from the 9-star Dao Palace. I don't know who set this mission, and the 9-star Dao Palace will not tell me. However, I think that there is no point in thinking about this now. The key is how we can escape." Huge Axe Spiritual Master raised his voice and continued, "All right, let's not talk too much. You all know of my reputation in Chuanyan City. If you trust me, come closer and we will rush out together. If you don't, then I will not force you." As Huge Axe Spiritual Master spoke, he waved the huge axe in his hand. Sizzle! The void trembled slightly, and the pressure on his body immediately weakened a little. "Let's go!" Huge Axe Spiritual Master shouted, and his body shot up again. Evil Moon Fairy and Perfected Great Sun followed closely behind. They each took out their magic treasures to help him share the pressure and rushed out. It was human nature to follow the strong. Huge Axe Spiritual Master was the strongest among them. Evil Moon Fairy and Perfected Great Sun, 2 9-star deity realm experts, followed him. Even though the others knew that it would be dangerous to follow them and that they would be targeted by the soul-controlling demon monarch, they could only follow helplessly. After all, if they were alone, it would be difficult for them to even float in the air under the support of the Golden Core realm and the power of the formation. "Let's go." Ziwei also understood the principle of strength in numbers, so he did not hesitate. He waved his flying sword, and the pressure on his body immediately decreased. He also followed. "Want to escape? Do you think you can escape?" At this moment, the solid Yin-Chi in the void shook violently. Suddenly, countless beast souls turned into flowing lights and rushed toward them. At the same time, a terrifying being that was more than 10 meters tall, like a god or a demon, rushed over quickly. He was extremely fast. In just a few steps, he had already arrived in front of everyone. He waved the huge soul in his hand, and in an instant, many figures rushed out. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" These figures' eyes were red, and their attacks were crazy and ruthless. It's Perfected Panshan and Perfected Qinya. They are indeed controlled by the soul-controlling demon monarch. Perfected Pei's expression changed drastically, and a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. Before this, Perfected Panshan and Perfected Qinya were still fighting with them. In the blink of an eye, they were all controlled by the soul-controlling demon monarch and became their enemies. This was especially true for Perfected Panshan, who had a close relationship with the soul-controlling demon monarch. "Haha, disperse." The soul-controlling demon monarch laughed and raised his hand slightly. Immediately, a huge Yin-Chi palm print condensed in the void. Rumble. The palm print fell. Huge Axe Spiritual Master, Evil Moon Fairy, and the others, who were rushing at the front, quickly blocked it. There were also cultivators who attacked with their own attacks. However, it only caused the Yin-Chi palm print to pause for a moment before it came down again. Everyone immediately retreated and scattered in all directions. Rumble. The ground suddenly sank, and the pressure caused the world to explode. The difference is too great. Huge Axe Spiritual Master stood still, but his face was pale. Although he's only at the early stage Golden Core realm, I feel that he's not weaker than some mid-stage Golden Core realm cultivators. Evil Moon Fairy felt a little helpless. She came from an extraordinary background and had seen many Golden Core realm perfected cultivators. Naturally, she had a certain understanding of the strength of this level. With just this palm, she could tell how terrifying the opponent's strength was. It was so strong that it made people despair. Kill. However, at this moment, perfected Panshan, perfected Chinya, and more than 10 cultivators who were controlled by the soul-controlling demon monarch, as well as the surrounding demon monarchs in the sky, rushed forward. They attacked crazily. As the two sides fought, there were continuous explosions. The space shook, and blood splattered in the sky. Soon, figures fell from the sky. Pung! A cultivator's legs were broken. Then, the demon monarchs swarmed and devoured him. One of them couldn't dodge in time, and was possessed by a demon monarch. His divine will was immediately messed up, and it took him a while to break free. But then, the soul-controlling demon monarch seized the opportunity and killed him instantly. The battle between the two sides reached its climax in the blink of an eye. The difference in numbers and the soul-controlling demon monarch's deterrence immediately put the cultivators at a disadvantage. It's over. Everyone's heart sank, and their faces were filled with anxiety and despair. At this moment, everyone could only see dazzling sword lights flashing across the sky. The sword light was extremely bright, as if it was the only one in the world. When it soared into the sky, it was as if the sun was shining. What's that? Before the doubts in their hearts had time to rise, the voice in their hearts had already disappeared. One could only see the sword light descending. Boom, boom, boom. It directly fell from the sky. It instantly formed a huge sword-shaped cage surrounded by countless sword lights. And in the middle of the cage was the soul-controlling demon monarch, Wu Jiulong. Its perfected Bei Ming. Perfected being Pei was not far from Ziyue, and his eyes widened when he saw who the attacker was. Perfected Bei Ming. Chapter 518. Bei Ming's spiritual being. Is he the one who launched the attack? Everyone around was a little shocked. Their strengths weren't weak, so they were naturally able to easily discern how terrifying this strike was. That kind of might, that kind of brazenness that sealed the heavens and the earth, it was practically impossible for it to appear in the hands of a cultivator at the God Realm. However, they were stunned by the fact. The soul-controlling demon monarch's expression changed. His aura surged, and he waved his palm. The power of the palm was terrifying. It stirred up the dense yin qi in the area. A black gust of wind whistled in the surroundings, and it hit the sword-shaped cage. Bang! With a loud bang, the palm print hit the sword wall. It only caused the sword wall to tremble slightly. The earth was lifted, but the sword wall did not break open. How is this possible? The soul-controlling demon monarch widened his eyes, and a furious expression appeared on his ferocious face. He quickly waved his hand, and a ball of intense black light shot out from the soul-controlling banner in his hand. The black light flashed, and its power was unimaginably ferocious. It collided with the sword wall, causing the light on the sword wall to dim. Seeing this, the soul-controlling demon monarch felt relieved. The soul-controlling banner shook again, and the black light rushed out again. Kill! However, at this moment, Ziyue launched another grand super skill. The void glowed faintly. A pitch-black, extremely condensed thin line, like a bolt of lightning, shot towards the soul-controlling demon monarch in a flash. Grand super skill Magnetic Slash. Long before Bai Ziyue had officially entered the entry level of the Great Magnetic Slash, the power of this great divine ability was already comparable to the third level of the late stage of the divine realm. Now, he had directly raised it from the entry level to the consummate level. The power of this grand super skill had reached a level beyond his imagination. As for the effect of this attack, he was filled with anticipation. Oh no! The soul-controlling demon monarch felt his scalp tingle as he sensed a great threat. Without any hesitation, he extended his hand and tossed it out. Immediately, a low-grade golden core defensive treasure was activated. The shield was extremely thick. After being propped up by him, it turned into a huge city wall, protecting him behind his back. Swoosh! The primordial magnetism ray passed through everything without a sound. The sword slashed at the spiritual light on the shield. The spiritual light broke apart and slashed at the body of the shield. The body of the shield was split into two. Then, without losing momentum, it charged at the soul-controlling demon monarch. Even though the soul-controlling demon monarch was frantically dodging, his range of movement was limited within the 5 Emperor Heaven-sealing sword. All of this cut through the protective divine light on his body, cutting into his wrist. His wrist broke and then deeply sank into the ground, leaving behind a deep imprint. Rumble. The array beneath the ground seemed to have been slightly damaged by all of this, causing everyone to feel their hearts relax as the pressure of the array weakened. The might of the grand completion level origin magnetic slash had already reached an unimaginable degree. It even possessed a formidable destructive power. Even though it was only his wrist that was severed, the power of extermination was still circulating rapidly. It traveled along the soul-controlling demon monarch's arm and rapidly exterminated his life force. However, the soul-controlling demon monarch was, after all, a golden core realm existence. His strength was tyrannical. Moreover, the origin magnetic slash had already broken through several layers of defense. Eventually, the power of extermination did not pose much of a threat to him. However, he was still incomparably shocked in his heart. He could not understand how his opponent, who was only in the God realm, could possess such terrifying strength. He was clearly in the Golden Core realm and was in a state of suppression. However, it's time for everything to end. The soul-controlling demon monarch's heart was filled with violence, but his voice was even calmer. The surrounding cultivators who were fighting with the demonic souls and soul-controlling demon monarchs were all watching with some attention. They were looking forward to it, but also nervous. Under the Yin-Chi cage, they could not escape at all. Ziyue's sudden appearance had almost become their only hope. Even the huge axe spiritual master and the others were still in disbelief, but they were also looking forward to it. The power of this sword-shaped cage is really strong. It should be a great divine ability. I hope it can trap the soul-controlling demon monarch for a while. The strength of this demonic cultivator is definitely stronger than before. Under the effect of the array, his body has been continuously transformed by an incomparably dense Yin Qi for thousands of years. It has formed a kind of Yin evil body that is between a Yin corpse and a body of flesh and blood. Just the defensive power of his body alone is comparable to that of a low-grade Golden Core defensive treasure. Coupled with the soul-controlling banner, which is said to be a high-grade Golden Core treasure, its power is unparalleled. Can we really leave alive? Spiritual Master Biming has attacked again. This attack, why does it look a bit like the origin magnetic slash, the inheritance of the Qing Su sect? Is Spiritual Master Biming from the Qing Su sect? The power of this attack is too strong and too terrifying. The origin magnetic slash can really cut through everything. It is indeed one of the strongest offensive great divine abilities. Oh no, it missed. Everyone's heart sank again. All of this was terrifying. The power that could cut everything in the world into two halves. They had seen it clearly, and it made them look forward to it endlessly. However, the attack missed. Even if this attack also injured the soul-controlling demon monarch, it would not have a big impact on his strength. What about Spiritual Master Biming? Two powerful, great divine abilities were displayed. Did he still have enough divine sense in his body? Did he still have the strength to fight back? No matter what, Spiritual Master Biming was just at the middle stage of the God realm, so his divine sense was naturally insufficient. They did not dare to think about it, but their hearts were all in their mouths. Break for me. The soul-controlling demon monarch was tyrannical. The soul-controlling flag once again shot out a black light. Rumble. Finally, the sword-shaped cage could not bear it and directly broke into pieces. Then, the soul-controlling demon monarch's huge body took a step forward and instantly approached Ziyue. In his eyes, a black light suddenly burst out. This was the great divine ability, the soul-controlling light. Once hit by this light, if one could not bear it, he would immediately be controlled by the soul-controlling demon monarch and become his puppet. Ziyue's heart skipped a beat. Naturally, he knew how terrifying this attack was. It was a soul attack that was different from ordinary cultivation techniques. It was a great divine ability that specialized in targeting the soul. Once the soul strength was not strong enough, it would immediately be subdued and become the soul-controlling demon monarch. Even though Bai Ziyue was confident in the strength of his soul, especially since he had ignited 1,296 acupoints and had an extremely deep foundation, the strength of his soul was already far superior to cultivators of the same level. In addition, every time the heaven-devouring divine transformation incantation evolved, the strength of his soul would soar as well. The strength of his soul had already reached an extremely solid and tyrannical level. However, he was still not confident in his soul strength. He did not dare to relax in the slightest. Therefore, the moment the soul-controlling demon monarch used the soul-controlling light, he did not hesitate to display his natal divine ability. In the blink of an eye, a human-shaped shadow appeared above his head. The human-shaped shadow opened its mouth and let out a soft cry. A misty green halo immediately met the black light. However, the speed of the two attacks was too fast. The two did not collide, but they both rushed into the opponent's mind at the same time. Ziyue paused slightly. The Greenwood Soul-Protecting Pearl, a supreme-grade soul defense treasure that he had obtained from the Weapon Combination Hall Master, immediately came into effect and formed a soul defense shield. Even though it was quickly broken, it also consumed 40% of the soul-controlling light's power. The remaining power crashed into Ziyue's extremely solid soul strength, causing him to feel slightly uncomfortable, but he quickly recovered. It did not work. In fact, the soul-controlling demon monarch's great divine ability was not weak. However, whether it could be used or not depended on whether the opponent's soul strength was strong enough and whether the opponent's spiritual willpower was strong enough. Back then, he had controlled the souls of 3 Golden Core Realm experts. It was because he was strong enough that he was able to defeat and restrain them. That was why he was able to use the soul-controlling light to subdue them. The strength of Ziyue's soul strength was already extremely strong, almost not weaker than a Golden Core Realm expert. In addition, there was the Greenwood Soul-Protecting Pearl to weaken the attack. In addition, it had to be mentioned that when he used his gifted divine ability, his soul strength was in a special state. In this state, his defense against soul attacks also increased tremendously. Naturally, he could block the soul-controlling light. On the other hand, Ziyue's gifted divine ability, absent-minded, landed on the soul-controlling demon monarch's mind. The strong impact immediately shook the soul-controlling demon monarch's body, and he let out a low roar. This strike also impacted his mind, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Now, Ziyue's eyes lit up. He resisted the soul-controlling light and was not affected at all. Although the soul-controlling demon monarch also resisted his gifted divine ability, absent-minded, there was a moment of stagnation. This was his opportunity. At that moment, he did not have the time to use the great magnetic slash. With a thought, his intrinsic flying sword, Dark North, transformed into a single sword to break all Dharma. Like a flash of lightning, it transformed into a stream of light and ruthlessly sliced at the soul-controlling demon monarch. There was a ding. Instantly, it tapped on the soul-controlling demon monarch's eyelid and pierced through the soul-controlling demon monarch's eye. However, the sword beam only penetrated half an inch before it was unable to penetrate any further and flew back. Even though Ziyue already knew that the soul-controlling demon monarch's defense was extremely strong, his intrinsic flying sword's one sword to break all Dharma was not weak either. At the very least, it had the strength of a half-step golden core. He never expected to only blind one of the soul-controlling demon monarch's eyes. Seeing that the soul-controlling demon monarch was gradually waking up from the pain, Ziyue did not hesitate and hurriedly used his gifted divine ability, absent-minded, again. Perfected Dark North, let me help you. At that moment, a figure charged out like a stream of light. At the instant it approached, a saber slashed at Ziyue. This slash produced a saber beam that was 8,000 feet wide. Be careful. Chapter 519. Biming Spiritual Master, Be Careful. Spiritual Master, Huge Axe, Fairy Evil Moon, Spiritual Master Great Sun, and the others were shocked. Their faces were filled with fear and anger. They did not expect someone to help the soul-controlling Demon Monarch when they saw that Spiritual Master Dark North had the upper hand. Demon Slayer, what are you doing? Demon Slayer, you're courting death. How dare you? Immediately afterward, everyone was furious. The 3 9-star experts even charged out quickly. Even though they could not stop them in time, they could not tolerate the appearance of a traitor. Some people even had disbelief in their eyes. Demon Slayer, from his name, could tell that he was the most determined demon slayer. He had always been at odds with demon cultivators. Most of the missions he took were related to killing demon cultivators. In the eyes of countless people, anyone could be a demon cultivator and help the demon cultivators, but not him. However, this time, he betrayed them at such a critical moment and helped the soul-controlling demon monarch slash at Spiritual Master Dark North. Haha, why wouldn't I dare? Weren't you very excited to receive my mission reward? Demon Slayer slashed with his saber, but his face was filled with madness. What? This mission was set up by Demon Slayer. What do you mean? He colluded with the soul-controlling demon monarch. Everyone was shocked, and then incomparably terrified. Conspiracy. There was indeed a conspiracy in this mission. Not only them, but even Spiritual Master Huge Axe had become the target of Demon Slayer's scheme. They all felt a chill in their hearts. Ziyue had sensed something strange when Demon Slayer rushed over. He knew that Demon Slayer was up to no good. However, at this time, he did not care at all. He did not even react when the saber light was close to him. It was as if he did not feel anything. A human-shaped illusory figure once again shot out from by Ziyue's body. The human-shaped illusory figure seemed both real and illusory. Only a pair of eyes were as bright as the stars. When he lifted his eyes, he immediately let out a soft cry. In an instant, a blurry green light rushed out again and rushed into the mind of the soul-controlling demon monarch, who had just woken up. Innate ability, Spirit Loss. After using his innate ability for the second time, Ziyue's soul power was greatly consumed. Even his mind felt slightly shaken. However, he did not stop at all. As the aura on his body surged, beams of dazzling sword light shot up into the sky as if they were the only thing in the world. Then, they turned into beams of light that immediately fell from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately, the entire world turned into a huge sword-shaped cage that was completely condensed from countless sword lights. Great Mystique, 5 Emperor's heaven-sealing sword. Ziyue naturally had his own judgment of the soul-controlling demon monarch strength. He knew that the soul-controlling demon monarch was a true early-stage golden elixir realm cultivator. His strength was even comparable to some weaker middle-stage golden elixir realm cultivators. Furthermore, this kind of strength didn't only manifest itself in terms of offensive prowess, but also in terms of offensive prowess, defensive prowess, speed, and soul prowess. In every aspect, it was much stronger than a god realm cultivator. That was the difference between realms, a qualitative leap. Ziyue had a strong foundation and relied on the attribute panel to upgrade his magnetic slash, 5 Emperor Sky Sealing Sword, and 5 Emperor Divine Royal Robe to the complete realm. At least in terms of defensive prowess and offensive prowess, he was actually not weaker than the soul-controlling demon monarch. However, in terms of speed, there was a huge difference between him and the soul-controlling demon monarch. The soul-controlling demon monarch's speed was at the level of a golden elixir realm cultivator. As for him, even if he had upgraded his shrinking ground to an inch to the complete realm, he would at most be at the level of a half-step golden elixir realm cultivator. The speed of a half-step golden elixir realm cultivator naturally couldn't be compared to the speed of a true golden elixir realm expert. In addition, the soul-controlling demon monarch's reaction speed was also faster than his. Even if his attack was stronger it would be extremely difficult to hit the soul-controlling demon monarch. Previously, when he had used the magnetic slash to attack the soul-controlling demon monarch, it was a sure hit attack. However, the soul-controlling demon monarch dodged quickly and only his wrist was cut off. In addition, the soul-controlling demon monarch's soul prowess was also extremely strong. When Ziyue used his innate ability, he could at most make the soul-controlling demon monarch stagnate for a breath's time. This breath's time was too short. Even if he could use the magnetic slash in a breath's time, the soul-controlling demon monarch would instantly wake up and dodge it. If he could not hit the soul-controlling demon monarch, no matter how strong the magnetic slash was, it would be meaningless. Therefore, in order to ensure that nothing would go wrong, he used the 5 Emperor Heaven Sealing Sword technique this time. He estimated that even if the soul-controlling demon monarch could wake up immediately, he would definitely not be able to escape from the range of the 5 Emperor Heaven Sealing Sword technique. Rumble. As expected, the soul-controlling demon monarch regained consciousness within a second. However, as soon as he moved his body, he saw countless sword lights descending from the sky and sealing him within the sword wall once again. He was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Aggrieved, too aggrieved. To think that he, the soul-controlling demon monarch, who was at the peak of the initial stage of the Golden Elixir realm, will be suppressed by a divine realm cultivator who was only at the middle stage of the divine realm. This made him extremely sad and indignant. However, at this moment, Immortal Demon Slaughter's 800-foot-long saber light slashed hard on Ziyue's body at the same time. The 800-foot-long saber light was extremely powerful. Boom! With a loud bang, the saber light slashed on Ziyue's body in front of countless people's desperate eyes. However, Ziyue stood motionless in the void when the saber slashed down. Except for the slight dimming of the 7-colored divine light on his body, he was not injured at all. What? How is this possible? Immortal Demon Slaughter's face turned pale, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. His saber attack, which he was determined to win, could not even break the 7-color defensive spiritual light on Ziyue's body. One had to know that in order to succeed in one strike, he had used all of his strength in this strike. His saber technique divine ability, which was at the peak of the divine realm, and his immortal technique, which was at the peak of the divine realm, made the power of his saber attack reach the 9-star divine realm, which was the first level of the peak of the divine realm. However, such a ferocious saber attack did not work at all, as it was blocked by Ziyue. He blocked it? Is Immortal Bei Ming all right? That's great, but it's normal when you think about it. Immortal Bei Ming can resist the soul-controlling demon monarch, so it's easy for him to block an 8-star divine realm cultivator like Immortal Demon Slaughter. Everyone's face was filled with astonishment. Then, they breathed a sigh of relief and were very excited. At this time, Taoist Master Huge Axe and the others also relaxed and rushed towards Taoist Demon Slayer at an even faster speed. Ziyue looked at Immortal Demon Slaughter's attack indifferently, and there was no change in his expression at all. Others did not know that although his real cultivation level was only at the peak of the middle stage of the divine realm, because he had created the ultimate cultivation method that could cover 1,296 acupoints, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was the most powerful cultivation method in the divine realm. Therefore, even if his real cultivation level was not as high as Immortal Demon Slaughter's, in terms of accumulation and concentration of divine thought, he was actually better than Immortal Demon Slaughter, Immortal Giant Axe, and the others. With his current strength, he had displayed the 7-color calamity of voiding spiritual light, which was at the peak of the divine realm, so his defensive power was naturally very strong, and it had reached the level of half a step to the gold core realm. Naturally, he could block the attack that was equivalent to the first level of the peak of the divine realm. No, it's impossible. Immortal Demon Slaughter was dumbfounded and panicked. If his attack did not work, and the soul-controlling demon monarch was sealed by the sword-shaped cage again, then his fate would be, especially when he sensed that Immortal Giant Axe, Blood Moon Fairy, Immortal Great Sun, and the others were rushing toward him. His eyes suddenly became fierce, and he immediately activated a desperate divine ability. Black light flashed all over his body, and his face immediately showed a ruthless and violent expression. Boom, boom, boom. The long saber swept out, and endless saber radiance was madly displayed by him, rolling towards Yue. Go to hell, go to hell. Sizzle, in his desperation, his attack surged and finally caused the seven-color calamity avoiding spiritual light outside Yue's body to become extremely dim. Then there was a crisp sound. Pop! It was broken. It's broken. Immortal Demon Slaughter was overjoyed, and he casually slashed out again. Rumble. The saber radiance was 3,000 feet long. Under such a frenzied state, this saber had a breakthrough. In addition to the enhancement of the desperate divine ability, the power of his saber had increased to the level of half a step to the gold core realm. Go to hell! Immortal Demon Slaughter shouted ferociously. The saber radiance ruthlessly slashed at Ziyue's body and the five-colored robe on his body. Chi! The saber radiance slashed, but only a crisp sound was heard. It did not cause any damage to the robe, nor did it cause any harm to Ziyue. He still stood there motionless, and he did not even turn his head to look at Immortal Demon Slaughter. How is this possible? Immortal Demon Slaughter cried out in grief. Ziyue stood there and let him slash at him, but he did not even hurt him. The gap between them was too big, so big that it made him despair. However, at this time, he did not have any time to think about it, because Immortal Giant Axe, Immortal Great Sun, and Immortal Bear Mountain, the four top experts, 3 9-star deities, and 1 8-star deity realm expert like him, rushed toward him and attacked him together. In the blink of an eye, he was absolutely at a disadvantage. In just a few breaths, he felt a chill on his neck, heart, and head at the same time, and then he fell into endless darkness. He was dead. On the other side, the moment Ziyue displayed the 5 Emperor's heaven-sealing sword technique, he did not dare to pause. With a thought, he displayed another divine ability. This divine ability was the Minor Forbidden Spirit technique. Chapter 520. The soul-controlling demon monarch, who was crazily attacking the sword wall, paused for a moment as the aura in his body dissipated slightly. However, he quickly regained his strength. Although the perfected Minor Spirit Forbidden technique was powerful, it did not have much effect on him, who was at the peak of the initial stage of the Golden Elixir realm. However, in the next moment, he sensed that a huge human figure had rushed out from Ziyue's body, and he felt a chill in his heart. By the time he reacted, the blurry green light had rushed into his mind again. He cursed angrily. AQ $*$ at yen. However, his thoughts were once again paused due to the impact. Moreover, his soul was slightly unable to withstand the continuous attacks from Ziyue's innate ability, and it became slightly sluggish. Therefore, this time, he only regained consciousness after 2 breaths. Then, the moment he opened his eyes, he saw a ray of divine metamagnet light slashing towards him rapidly. He did not even have time to react before he felt a slight chill in his head and body from top to bottom. His entire body was sliced in half. Then, his thoughts came to an eternal halt. He was dead. Until now, his eyes were still wide open with a trace of disbelief. He probably did not expect that he had just revived and was full of ambition, and was about to rule the world, but he would meet with another unexpected disaster and die directly. He died before he could achieve victory. Spiritual energy plus 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 306. Ziyue looked at the number of spiritual energy that had increased sharply and could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. This time, the pressure in his heart was actually very great. His opponent was too powerful. He was at the peak of the initial stage of the Golden Elixir realm, and could be said to be the strongest existence he had ever encountered. If he still couldn't kill the other party this time, then he could only turn around and flee. Fortunately, although his opponent was strong, it was not beyond the scope of his abilities. After the impact of his innate ability, Spirit Absent-Minded, his opponent also paused. Furthermore, The great metamagnet slash that he had raised to perfection did not disappoint him. It passed through everything and directly sliced his opponent's body into two halves from top to bottom. The power of life and death within it naturally destroyed his life force and soul. Daoist Huge Axe and the others, who had just killed Daoist Devil's Lair and were planning to join forces with Ziyue to deal with the soul-controlled demon monarch, saw Ziyue use a mysterious soul attack divine ability. They saw him use the Great Essence-fused magnetic slash once again, and then saw the Great Essence-fused magnetic slash directly cut the soul-controlled demon monarch into two. Dead? The powerful soul-controlling demon sovereign, who was comparable to a mid-stage golden core, had died just like that. Even though they were looking forward to it, when it really happened before their eyes, they still felt a wave of dizziness and disbelief. Immediately after, their faces were filled with boundless ecstasy. He even felt like he had just survived a disaster. This time, when they encountered the soul-controlling demon monarch, they thought that they would not be able to escape this calamity and die without a doubt. However, they did not expect spiritual Master Darknorth to appear out of nowhere and immediately display unimaginable strength, killing the soul-controlling demon monarch directly. Such bravery, such tyrannical strength, made them rejoice and excited. Rumble. At this moment, an earth-shattering sound was suddenly heard. Then, everyone felt the pressure that originally enveloped them loosen. Heaven and earth also suddenly became brighter. Not only did the Inchi cage that originally hung over everyone's head directly collapse and disperse, even the great formation that covered heaven and earth seemed to be affected and collapsed slightly, revealing the mountain rocks outside and a trace of light that shone in from the outside world when the mountain rocks cracked open. Through this trace of light, they could even see the sky outside and the huge sun that always hung in the nine heavens. Everyone's heart tightened and then relaxed. They immediately understood that this unforeseen event was the result of Ziyue's Great Essence-fused magnetic slash. When he killed the soul-controlled demon monarch, he also took the opportunity to shatter the Great Formation in this area. When the Great Formation was broken, the Inchi cage naturally collapsed, and the spiritual shield that shrouded heaven and earth collapsed as well. As expected of spiritual Master Darknorth, he's too strong. Of course, spiritual Master Darknorth is strong. He went against the odds and killed the soul-controlled demon monarch. I reckon that even the personal disciples of the four major immortal sects, sect masters, and junior sect masters are no match for him. Please remove the word reckon. Although those people are strong, their strength is at most at the half-step gold core realm like spiritual Master Huge Axe. Many of them have not even reached that level. They are only at the 9-star deity realm. How can they compare with spiritual Master Darknorth? Everyone gasped in admiration as they looked at by Ziyue with fervent and reverence. Ziyue did not pay much attention to them. The moment he killed the soul-controlled demon monarch, he also felt a little dizzy and a splitting headache. The power of this divine ability did not disappoint me. Even the experts of the gold core realm were affected. But to use absent-mindedness, it consumes my soul power and life power. With the strength of my soul, if I use all my strength, I can only use it 3 times. After 3 times, my strength will be exhausted. Once I use it again, I will be in danger of damaging my foundation. It's a pity that I can't use my soul power to recover my soul power. Otherwise, I won't feel so uncomfortable. Fortunately, my foundation is much stronger than when I just broke through to the God realm. Although I feel uncomfortable, I won't completely lose my combat strength. Ziyue thought silently and calmed himself down. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed the storage bag and the soul-controlling banner hanging on the soul-control demon monarch's body. The soul-controlling banner was very long, like a flag. There was a faint power that could shake one's divine soul brewing in it. Ziyue looked at it for a while and did not pay much attention to it. Then he threw it to spiritual Master Huge Axe. Although the soul-controlling banner was of a high grade, it was not of much help to his strength. Moreover, this thing was the proof of this mission. It was not appropriate for him to take it directly. Although it was a pity, he had already obtained the storage bag on the soul control demon monarch. The storage bag of an expert at the peak of the early golden elixir realm, especially the demon monarch who had wreaked havoc for hundreds of years and looted countless people, must be very rich. He was satisfied. Many thanks, spiritual master Biming. Spiritual master, huge axe, opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, he could only express his gratitude. Then he said solemnly, "If you need my help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. I'll risk my life for you." Many thanks, spiritual master Biming. Many thanks, spiritual master Biming. Evil Moon Fairy, spiritual master Great Sun, and the others all said solemnly. Spiritual master Great Sun's eyes were complicated. He wanted to say something, but stopped. After thinking for a while, he gritted his teeth and asked, "I wonder if spiritual master Biming is also a disciple of the Qingshu sect?" Ziyue was about to reply when he suddenly made a sound of surprise. Then his eyes immediately fell on the ground. To be exact, he was looking at the place under the ground that was directly smashed by his magnetic force slash. Beneath the ground, an incomparably long, narrow, yet incomparably deep crevice was cut out. The slit was not more than 10 feet long, but it was hundreds or thousands of feet deep. At this moment, there was a breath full of vitality spurting out from it. This is spiritual energy? What a pure spiritual energy. This degree of density. The huge axe spiritual master, the evil moon fairy, and the others also approached almost immediately. Their eyes were all fixed on the ground, on the strands of spirit chi that had just risen. At first, there were only strands of spirit chi, but after a short while, it rapidly erupted and surged upwards like a geyser, gradually forming a huge wave of spirit chi. Could it be that there's a spirit vein underground? It must be a spiritual vein. The soul-controlling demon monarch set up a mausoleum here. Isn't this extremely dense, chi transformed from the spiritual energy in this spiritual vein? It's just that I really didn't expect that there would be such an astonishingly abundant spirit vein below, where there isn't even the slightest trace of spirit chi. It's like a barren land. This should be the legendary hidden spiritual vein. Because it is buried deep underground and blocked by the earth, it is not visible outside. Even the surrounding spiritual energy is very barren because of environmental factors. But there is a spiritual vein with abundant spiritual energy hidden inside. This time, if spiritual master Biming had not directly penetrated the earth and opened up a large hole in the ground, I don't know when someone would discover this spiritual vein. At this time, the others also came closer. As they discussed, their eyes slightly flickered. A spiritual vein, and one that was obviously of an extraordinary grade that had yet to be discovered by others. Its value was definitely beyond imagination. Compared to that, the reward for this mission was nothing. Although the remaining cultivators were disciples of the 9-star Dao Palace on the surface, they actually belonged to various immortal Dao sects. Once they reported the news of this spiritual vein, the reward would definitely be very generous. As some thoughts flashed through their minds, they came up with an inexplicable idea. However, when they looked at Ziyue, who was standing at the side, their hearts trembled, and they instantly became clear-headed. In front of such an expert, even if they wanted to, they did not have the guts. At this moment, they were incomparably nervous. They were afraid that the other party would see an advantage and attack them, monopolizing the benefits of this spiritual vein. Thinking of the power of the soul-controlling demon monarch, some people's faces turned slightly pale. Their bodies tensed up, and they were even prepared to flee at any time. In the immortal Dao world, such things were all too common. Even the most intimate people would be wary of each other once they encountered a precious treasure. All kinds of tricks, precautions, schemes were endless. Chapter 521. Ziyue did not think too much about it. He had seen too many spirit veins in the 100,000 mountains. Although most of them were occupied by demonic beasts, there were places that had not been explored. Among them, there was no lack of Grade 4 and Grade 5 spirit veins. Therefore, he only glanced at them briefly before looking at Perfected Great Sun and said, "It's somewhat related to the Qingshu sect." When the others saw that Ziyue did not say anything else, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, Perfected Great Sun was overjoyed and asked hurriedly, "Senior, may I know? There are some things that you don't benefit from knowing too much about." Ziyue waved his hand. Naturally, he would not expose his identity so easily. With the strength that he had displayed, the others naturally did not dare to ask too much about it and get to the bottom of it. As expected, Perfected Great Sun could only reply softly and did not dare to act rashly. Next, the group cleaned up the battlefield one after another, or went directly to the cemetery where the soul-controlling demon monarch was to explore. As for the spirit veins underground, everyone knew that they were not a low grade. At the very least, they were at the middle or advanced Grade 4 spirit veins. They might even be at the beginning of Grade 5 spirit veins. However, the spirit veins could only be used when a sect or immortal cultivation force was rooted here. Therefore, many people could not wait to rush back to their respective sects to report. However, considering that Ziyue and the other experts were here, they did not dare to make the slightest move. The Yin-Chi in the cemetery gradually dissipated with the collapse of the spirit veins. However, the spirit veins in the area seemed to be endless. They kept gushing out, causing the surrounding spirit veins of heaven and earth to become denser. Soon, the group of people had plundered the cemetery clean. Other than Ziyue, who had obtained the soul-controlling demon monarch storage bag, the others had also gained a lot. After all, there was a limit to the number of treasures a storage bag could store. Most of the soul-controlling demon monarch's treasures were buried in the cemetery's treasury, and there was no lack of precious items. Previously, the soul-controlling demon monarch had conquered and destroyed a second-rate immortal cultivation sect with a golden core realm perfected one. The treasures stored in the treasury were shocking. After a few hours, the group of people boarded the huge axe spiritual master's huge axe warship again. However, they were different from the 50 or so people who had arrived. The total number of cultivators that returned was less than 20. Half of them had perished. However, as a result, almost everyone had entered the cabin, each having a secret cultivation room. The warship soared through the sky and quickly rushed towards piercing Cloud City. Inside the warship, Ziyue sat cross-legged on a futon in a secret cultivation room. This mission is quite dangerous, especially the revival of the soul-controlling demon sovereign. It is truly dangerous. If it wasn't for the fact that I had used the spiritual energy I had accumulated to raise the great magnetic slash, 5 Emperor's heaven-sealing sword technique, and 5 Emperor's divine royal robe to the great perfection stage, which greatly increased my strength, I might have really met with misfortune when facing the soul-controlling demon monarch, who was at the peak of the early golden elixir realm, but possessed the battle prowess of a middle golden elixir realm cultivator. Everyone on this trip would definitely be wiped out. However, great risks were often accompanied by great rewards. My harvest this time is equally great, Ziyue muttered to himself. While still feeling a lingering fear, he began to silently count his gains this time. Spiritual energy, 42652615. At the beginning of the mission, my spiritual energy was only 34 million points. Although the amount of soul energy I have now isn't much more than before, during this period of time, I've improved my 3 great abilities to the great perfection stage. Raising the 3 great divine powers to the great perfection stage directly consumed 105 million points of spiritual energy. Based on this calculation, the amount of spiritual energy I have obtained this time has actually reached more than 110 million points. It can be said to be extremely rich. With just a slight calculation, Ziyue's eyes could not help but light up. With more than 110 million points of soul energy, this was definitely the biggest gain he had ever had. With this wave, this trip was not in vain. In particular, raising the three great divine powers to the great perfection stage directly caused his strength to soar to another level. He officially possessed the battle prowess of a golden elixir realm perfected lord. Not to mention, my gains are not only this. Ziyue took out his spoils of war again. It was a palm-sized silver-white storage bag that seemed to be made from the skin of some special beast. It was the soul controlling demon lords. Other than that, Ziyue did not gain much. He only plundered treasures worth 10 million low-grade spiritual stones from a treasure vault. However, to him, just the items in this bag of holding were enough to satisfy him. Without hesitation, he spent some time to directly break the restriction on the storage bag. Then he directly poured out all the items inside. 5 low-grade golden elixir treasures, 7 supreme-grade dharma treasures, 15 superior-grade dharma treasures, 2 5th-grade spiritual materials, 12 4th-grade spiritual materials, 7 4th-grade spiritual talismans, and spiritual pills. As for the spiritual pills, although they are sealed in the storage bag and seem to be intact, 1,000 years is too long after all. It's better to use them carefully. However, apart from the spiritual pills, there are also spiritual stones. There are 150 supreme-grade spiritual stones and 13,000 superior-grade spiritual stones. As for low-grade and middle-grade spiritual stones, there are no low-grade or middle-grade spiritual stones at all. I'm rich. As expected of an expert of the golden elixir realm. The wealth of this storage is really beyond imagination. Ziyue's breathing suddenly became incomparably rapid. Not to mention the Dharma treasures. Just the number of spiritual stones added up to 280 million low-grade spiritual stones, which was equivalent to 28,000 low-grade spiritual stones and 280 supreme-grade spiritual stones, 5 low-grade golden elixir treasures. 2 are flying swords, 1 is a bronze mirror, 1 is a cauldron, and 1 is a black tortoise shield. Among them, the 2 flying swords of the low-grade golden elixir treasures seem to have some similarities in aura with the 2 swords that I obtained from the 2 Buddhist cultivators. Could they also belong to the legendary spiritual treasure, a part of the million-sword illustration? Ziyue thought in his heart as he smoothly put them into the storage bag. The quality of the flying swords was not low. Whether they were or not, their value was much higher than the 2 swords that he obtained from the 2 Buddhist cultivators. Even if he did not keep them for his own use, he naturally would not easily give them up. As for the bronze mirror, it is actually a rare reflective magic treasure. Once the attack of others does not exceed the tolerance limit of this magic treasure, it can take advantage of the rebound and reverse the attack to fall into the enemy's hand. The mystery is not small, and the power is also great. As for the cauldron, it is actually a magic treasure that combines alchemy and refining. I remember that in the sect that was destroyed by the soul-controlling demon monarch, there was a 4th-grade alchemist who was good at alchemy. It has always belonged to him, but now it is convenient for me. As for the black tortoise shield, although the quality is not bad, in terms of defensive power, it is actually not as good as my 5 Emperor Divine Royal Robe. Of course, if I encounter an attack that is difficult to resist, it can be used to disperse the pressure, which is also good. He was generally satisfied with the 5 golden elixir treasures. At least it could improve his strength and defensive means to a certain extent. Especially the cauldron, it could be used for alchemy. Compared to the alchemy cauldron he used before, the quality was much higher, and it would definitely be more convenient to use. Then, it is the Jade Map Eyes and the 3 Dao Source Stone Steels. After checking the relatively obvious finances, Ziyue's somewhat excited gaze fell on the large pile of Jade Map Eyes and the 3 Dao Source Stone Steels. The things recorded in the Jade Map Eyes were not so important to him at this time. It could only be regarded as his foundation and accumulation. But no one would not pay attention to the inheritance recorded on the Dao Source Stone Steels. This was because the Jade Map Eyes might be able to bear the divine powers, but the great divine powers, or the cultivation methods that pointed to the golden elixir realm and above, only the Dao Source Stone Steels could bear it. In other words, What appeared in front of him now were three cultivation methods and great divine powers that were comparable to the seven great inheritances of the Qingshu sect. Huangting True Secret, Moving Mountains and Filling Seas. 9 Yin Reincarnation Technique. 1 cultivation method and 2 great divine powers. Among them, the Huangting True Secret was a cultivation method that led to the late stage of the Golden Elixir realm. It should be the inheritance method of the sect that was destroyed thousands of years ago. After practicing it, one could barely form a Golden Elixir realm and could be considered a good inheritance. As for the Moving Mountains and Filling Seas, it was a great divine power that could control spirits. Once it was used, it could move mountains and fill seas. It could also be used as an attack to lift mountains and throw them. It was extremely powerful. As for the 9 Yin Reincarnation Technique, it was a special kind of great divine power. Generally, it would be used when some cultivators were severely injured and hammered to death, and there was no medicine to cure them. It required many arrangements. With the help of the Yin underworld chi between heaven and earth, one's vitality and soul would enter a special reincarnation state. It could allow the cultivator to stay in this state for thousands of years without dying. During this period, if the arrangements were made properly, the cultivator could reverse life and death and regain his peak combat strength. Obviously, the soul-controlling demon monarch relied on this great divine power to be able to revive after thousands of years. If he had not met me, his arrangements thousands of years ago would have been very successful. Ziyue's divine thought swept across the inheritance stone tablets, and a strange expression appeared on his face. I have to say that these 3 inheritances are all very exquisite. If it were an ordinary cultivator, any one of these inheritances would be enough to make them very excited. Unfortunately, to me, other than the Moving Mountains and Filling Seas, which has some use, the other 2 inheritances are not useful. Although the Yellow Court True Incantation is a cultivation technique that leads to the late Golden Elixir realm, it is still inferior to the Qingshu scripture of the Qingshu sect, let alone the 5 Emperors Reincarnation Technique that I obtained from the Inheritance Statue. The 5 Emperors Reincarnation Technique is a cultivation technique that can lead one to the middle primordial spirit realm. I have not even been tempted to cultivate this cultivation technique, let alone the Yellow Court True Incantation. As for the 9 Yin Reincarnation Technique, although it is indeed an extremely mysterious, great divine power, I reckon that no one would really want to use it. Ziyue briefly analyzed and weighed the pros and cons of the 3 inheritances. Soon, he made his own judgment. Chapter 522. Even so, he still used his mind sense to invade the 3 legacies and receive them one by one. These 3 legacies can at least increase my foundation by a lot. It will be of great benefit to me when I create skills and techniques in the future. Moreover, although these legacies are not very useful to me, some sects will definitely pay a huge price for them. If I give them to the Qingshu sect, it should not be difficult to exchange them for a few legacies. Ziyue had gained a lot when he entered the inheritance hall of the Qingshu sect last time. However, there were a few legacies that he was also envious of. He had long planned to enter the inheritance hall again in exchange for a few legacies. At this time, he also felt that it was very promising. It will take at least half a month to return this time. It just so happens that I have gained a lot this time. Not only do I not lack spiritual energy, but I also gained a lot of spirit stones, which can improve my strength again. Although the peak of the middle stage divine realm is not weak, it is not safe if I don't reach the gold core realm. If I don't reach the primordial spirit realm, I always feel that I'm still far away from the Great Way. I still need to work hard. Bai Ziyue had always felt pressured in his heart. He always wanted to become stronger, so that he could be detached and free. At this time, in the cloud-piercing mountain range, he had to shrink his head and did not dare to be reckless, let alone in the purple-green mountain range, where the Celestial Spirit Sect was located. The Celestial Spirit Sect was a super sect that claimed to have more than 10 primordial spirits and more than 100 gold cores. He and the Celestial Spirits sect had become enemies because of the matter in the ancient barren region. Although the Celestial Spirits sect did not care much about him, he was too insignificant in the eyes of the Celestial Spirits sect. However, if he wanted to grow and improve his strength, he had to go to such a place where there were many experts. Not to mention that he had an agreement with Fan Xingyu and Zhao Yuer, therefore, he did not hesitate. With a wave of his hand, he immediately took out 300 upper spirit stones. Afterwards, he crushed it with his divine sense. In the blink of an eye, extremely abundant spiritual qi of the world surged out. Bai Ziyue immediately used the divine devouring technique to absorb all the spiritual qi into his body with a devouring ability that seemed to be able to devour everything. With a slight turn, a vast amount of divine will was immediately generated. Then, this divine will was transferred to the great path heart lamp in his body. After being burned, refined, and purified, it quickly turned into extremely pure and extremely condensed divine willpower. As a result, his strength had also increased steadily. After one wave, another wave came. In the blink of an eye, Ziyue had consumed 2,000 upper spiritual stones. Wong. Instantly, a sense of fullness and satisfaction arose in his heart. I've accumulated enough. I've also gathered enough energy for the second divine transformation. Ziyue slowly opened his eyes. He couldn't help but reveal a trace of joy on his face. Previously, he had already raised his immortal technique realm to the peak of the middle stage divine realm. He had also accumulated more than half of the energy needed for the second divine transformation by selling the star token. This time, he had used 2,000 upper spiritual stones, which was equivalent to 20 million lower spiritual stones. Finally, he had reached the limit of this realm and could try to break through. Let's break through. Although this formation is not too stable, judging from the disturbance caused by the first divine transformation, it should not break through the restrictions of the formation and cause unnecessary trouble. Ziyue couldn't wait. In the Qingshu sect, he would have some scruples. After all, there were several experts in the Gold Core realm who could easily detect his extraordinariness. However, in the Giant Axe worship, everyone was in awe of him. Even if the disturbance caused by his breakthrough really caused a change in the outside world, Giant Axe Spiritual Master and the others would not dare to make the slightest move. This was the infinite confidence brought to him by his powerful strength. Therefore, he quickly closed his eyes and moved his mind. The divine, sky-devouring transformation technique was activated instantly, and a massive amount of incomparably pure spirit power in his body was immediately activated. ZZZ. It transformed into something like a raging river that surged into his 1,296 apertures, where it slammed into him, spun, and expanded. It was as if it were trying to create a world of its own. Popping sounds could be heard as the apertures began to glow with dazzling light. At the same time, the huge amount of divine willpower, like mercury, pushed in little by little, constantly compressed, and also constantly strengthened his flesh and skin, his internal organs, dantian, and even his brain. And his physical strength was immediately tempered, repaired, refined, and rapidly strengthened by the divine willpower. Suddenly, Ziyue let out a muffled groan. A torrent rushed straight up, gushing into his head. In his mind, like a stream of water, it evolved into a unique power that contained endless vitality. Immediately, his spiritual strength, which had been weakened by the use of 3 divine abilities, was restored in the blink of an eye. It also strengthened his spiritual strength, rapidly growing stronger. Not only did his body begin to grow larger, even the degree of solidification began to increase. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. The whole process of the second divine transformation seemed to be extremely long, but it also seemed to be just a moment. When he felt that his improvement had reached the limit, whether it was his physical body or his spiritual strength from the inside out, exuded an extremely powerful feeling. Suddenly, his vision turned dark, and then it became bright. Bright vast. I made a breakthrough. Compared to the last breakthrough, it took a little longer, but it was also smooth and natural. Now, I've finally officially stepped into the late stage of the divine realm, becoming a cultivator at the late stage of the divine realm. And this breakthrough seems to be a little unusual. By Zu's thoughts flashed through his mind. Almost immediately, he sensed that something was wrong with him. At this moment, he did not open his eyes, nor did he spread out his divine willpower. But at this moment, he could clearly see everything around him, down to the tiniest details. He even had an intuition in his heart that within a few meters around him, whether it was the countless tiny existences flowing in the air, the wisps of spiritual chi of heaven and earth, the air, creatures, or objects, everything was completely under his control, and he could control them at will. This seems to be a domain. Zu finally opened his eyes, and then he could not help but blink, feeling shocked. Domain? The Golden Core domain that only Golden Core realm true monarchs could have? And he already had it now? Even if the range of his domain was very small, at most 10 meters, it was still a domain. As long as it was within 10 meters of him, no matter what kind of attack it would inevitably be affected. For example, as long as a spell fell into his domain, its power would be reduced, and if it did not reach a certain level, it would be directly destroyed. Once a flying sword that was rushing at him at an extremely fast speed fell into his domain, not only would its power be reduced, but its speed would also be affected. With the current strength of my domain, it should still be weaker than the domain power of the soul-controlling demon monarch. However, if there are attacks that fall on me, at least those below the god realm, I can completely ignore them. With just the domain power, I can completely disperse them. As for the attacks of the god realm, it will be weakened by at least 10%. As for the attacks of experts above the Golden Core realm, the impact will be smaller. However, once I am in a battle, I will not be affected by the opponent's domain power, and I can fully exert my strength. Zu thought silently, and his heart was filled with excitement. Previously, when he faced the soul-controlling demon monarch, the thing that made him most uncomfortable was the domain power of the opponent. Although it did not completely bind him, the feeling of sailing against the current and feeling that the surrounding heaven and earth were fighting against him at all times was extremely uncomfortable. It also greatly affected his strength. If he had not been decisive and attacked continuously, and did not give the opponent any chance to fight back at all, and if he did not have a few great divine powers that were really powerful, the result would be really unpredictable. Moreover, Zu's heart stirred, and the flying sword in his body rushed out, flashed slightly, and streaked across quickly. It was obvious that the speed of the flying sword within the range of his domain power was faster than outside the range of his domain power. Within my domain, I can directly add a boost to my flying sword. With this boost, the flying sword's speed will be even faster and its power will be even stronger. Zu recalled the flying sword, and he felt a little satisfied and surprised. In addition, this breakthrough, in addition to the domain power, the strength of my soul, the strength of my body, the solidification of my divine thoughts, the speed of my thoughts, and many other aspects have greatly improved. Correspondingly, my strength has also soared. Zu stretched out his palm and clenched the void. The air seemed to collapse, and there was a loud explosion. As he clenched his fist, traces of ripples rushed out, landed on the seat beside him, and directly crushed it into pieces. Moreover, the remaining force did not decrease, and landed on the warship until the formation flashed with spiritual light, and then it collapsed. If before the breakthrough, I should have the battle strength of a half-step to the Gold Core realm without using the 3 great divine powers, I should have the battle strength of a half-step to the Gold Core realm. Now that I have broken through to the late stage of the divine realm, my strength should have reached the early stage of the Gold Core realm. Although it is estimated that it is only equivalent to the early stage of the Gold Core realm, who has condensed the gold core of the 3 lower grades. This battle strength is enough for me to move unhindered in the cloud-piercing mountain range. And if I count the 3 great divine powers that have been upgraded to the consummate level, I guess that even if I face a cultivator at the late stage of the gold core realm, I still have the power to fight. Zeus soon had a certain judgment of his own strength. Although it was not necessarily accurate, it also gave him a clearer understanding of his own strength. Chapter 5:23. Humans were most afraid of not knowing their limits and rashly provoking an enemy stronger than themselves. Their end would often be extremely miserable. Only by having a clear understanding of one's own strength would one be able to better gauge one's opponent when facing an enemy and make sure that the other party was someone one could deal with. Although it seemed a little overly cautious, in the world of immortal spells, danger was everywhere. More consideration would naturally lead to more stability. Therefore, while Zeus judged his own battle strength, he also quickly saw his shortcomings. That was speed. Compared to my Grand Essence Fuse Slash and 5 Divine Emperor Robe, which are 2 Grand Essence Fuse Slash and Grand Essence Fuse Divine Emperor Robe, my speed is far inferior to a true late Golden Core Stage cultivator. Therefore, once I really meet a late Golden Core Stage cultivator, I actually do not have the advantage. Even if I meet an early Golden Core Stage cultivator or a mid-Golden Core Stage cultivator, I am somewhat inferior. Zeus quickly became alert. He knew very well what speed meant to an immortal spell cultivator. When I'm weak, I can rely on speed to escape. When I'm strong, I can also rely on speed to pursue and kill my enemy. Speed is an incomparably important aspect of a cultivator. If I'm too slow, even if I'm strong, as long as I'm inferior to my enemy, I will undoubtedly die. Everything will be for naught if I die. Therefore, speed is very important to any cultivator. It's almost equivalent to life. Zeus muttered to himself. He did not regret not choosing the great speed divine ability, so close, yet worlds apart, when he was choosing his inheritance in the Qingshu sect. The power of the great magnetic slash was enough to prove that his choice was not wrong. If it were not for the great magnetic slash, their mission this time would have ended in failure. But now he could clearly feel the impact of speed on his strength. Therefore, next, I must choose a great speed divine ability as soon as possible. Only then can I make up for my shortcomings. With this thought in mind, Zeus quickly realized that because of his breakthrough, the power of divine sense in his body was lacking. He hurriedly took out a pile of spirit stones and began to replenish it. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, soon, half a month's time flashed by. Buzz. After the array formation was activated, Zeus finally walked out of the secret cultivation room inside the warship. As soon as he walked out of the cabin, a slightly respectful voice came out. Senior Dark North. Greetings, Senior Dark North. Greetings, Senior Dark North. Zeus felt slightly uncomfortable, but in the world of immortal spells, strength reigned supreme, so he didn't say much. Senior, you've made a breakthrough? Suddenly, a cry of surprise was heard. Soon after, everyone quickly noticed that Zeus' current immortal spell realm was different. Late Divine Realm. Reverend Darknorth has already reached the late stage of the Divine Realm. When he thought of the fact that the other party was only at the middle stage of the God Realm, he already had the strength to go against the heavens and kill the immortals and gold core cultivators. Now that his strength had made a breakthrough, the hearts of everyone present shuddered as they felt astonished. My cultivation base is already at the pinnacle of middle stage God Realm. I can make a breakthrough at any time. This time, I took advantage of the opportunity to break through, and it was a matter of course. Zeus said with a smile. Among the people present, Reverend Pei and Reverend Dugu had the most complicated thoughts. The two of them, together with Reverend Panshan, had presided over Zeus' star token assessment. They had watched as the other party rose to prominence, soared to the heavens, and now reached a level where they had to look up to him, Thinking back to the time in the celestial demon territory, the aura of the rampaging venomous flood dragon had suddenly disappeared. How could he not know that it had died at by Zue's hands? They were disappointed, but more than that, they were shocked. There weren't many people in the world of immortal spells who could kill immortals. Most importantly, he wasn't an ordinary early gold core realm cultivator. Thinking that they were the first to discover his extraordinary strength, they felt somewhat proud. All of a sudden, they were slightly stunned, and a trace of pleasant surprise flashed across their faces. They hurriedly looked at by Zue and just happened to see him looking at them with a smile. They were instantly excited. He hadn't forgotten about them. Because the cloud-piercing assembly was approaching, the already crowded cloud-piercing city became even more prosperous. Even the usually empty entrance of the 9-star Dao Palace was bustling with activity. A warship is coming. Suddenly, someone let out a cry of surprise. Soon, everyone saw a warship cut through the sky, quickly approaching the 9-star Dao Palace and slowly descending. Its huge axe spiritual master's huge axe warship. I was fortunate enough to see it once before. It looked exactly like this. Huge axe spiritual master? He's a famous figure in our cloud-piercing city, a 9-star deity. Even the true disciples of the 4 great immortal sects wouldn't dare slight him and treat him as an equal. The cloud-piercing city lord had publicly announced that huge axe spiritual master would be able to condense a gold core within 50 years and become a gold core realm cultivator. This time, they must have just completed a mission for the 9-star Dao Palace and returned. I don't know what mission it was that made huge axe spiritual master personally take action. You should know that 9-star deities are already considered the pinnacle. Each of them is extremely wealthy. Ordinary missions can't invite them. I heard that this mission is unusual. Not only huge axe spiritual master, but even Evil Moon Fairy and Great Sun spiritual master, who are also 9-star deities, took action together. Moreover, there are 2 8-star deities, Demon Slayer spiritual master and Bear Mountain spiritual master, 7 7-star deities, and dozens of 4, 5, and 6-star deities. It can be said that this is the largest movement in hundreds of years. It's truly earth-shattering. Now that they've returned, they must have completed the mission and gain a lot. Those who knew a little about the situation hurriedly explained. A lot of gains, but a lot of losses. Every star deity is a bloodthirsty existence. I wonder how many of them will fall this time. Look, they're coming down. Huge Axe Spiritual Master, Evil Moon Spiritual Master, Great Sun Spiritual Master, and Bear Mountain Spiritual Master are all here. However, Demon Slayer Spiritual Master is not here. Originally, there were more than 50 star deities, but now there are only 20 of them on the warship. Have they all fallen? Wait, look! Who is that man in the middle? Why are Huge Axe Spiritual Master, Evil Moon Fairy, and the others so respectful to him? Is he a Golden Core Realm Spiritual Master? No, he's just a late-stage Deity Realm Spiritual Master, who is weaker than Huge Axe Spiritual Master and the others. What's more, he only has a 4-star deity token, which can be said to be the lowest among those people. Who is he? Why is he worth all of them treating him with such respect? Why are they treating him as their priority? I remember that when Thunder Spiritual Master, the young master of the Sound of Thunder sect, and Huge Axe Spiritual Master attended a banquet with him, they didn't look so respectful. Is this person's identity more honorable than Thunder Spiritual Master? Suddenly, everyone's faces were filled with surprise. Shocked voices could be heard from time to time, making the place a little noisy. Huge Axe Spiritual Master, Evil Moon Fairy, Great Sun Spiritual Master. Please. Within the 9-star Dao Palace, there were already people waiting at the door and saying respectfully. Powerhouses above 7-star were powerful, had honorable statuses, and were respected by others. The 9-star Dao Palace respected the strong, so they naturally didn't dare to slight such powerhouses. This time, the one who was waiting at the door was an old man at the peak of the divine realm, Spiritual Master Jingsu. Senior Bei Ming, please. Huge Axe Spiritual Master and the others didn't move immediately, but looked at Ziyue instead. Instantly, Spiritual Master Jing Su looked at Ziyue with surprise in his eyes. He had naturally noticed the respect that huge axe spiritual master and the others had for Ziyue. But at most, he thought that Ziyue's identity was extraordinary, or that he was the nephew of a golden core realm spiritual master. With his identity, although he valued him, he wouldn't pay too much attention. However, when he heard huge axe spiritual master call him senior, his gaze immediately fell on Ziyue again. In the immortal spell world, powerhouses were respected. Unless they were from the same sect, they would never pay too much attention to age. Now, even the huge axe Taoist, who had reached the 9-star deity realm and was half a step away from the gold core realm, had to call him senior. Did that mean that this North Sea had the strength of the gold core realm? You don't have to be so polite. As Ziyue spoke, he saw that everyone was half a body behind, so he had to take the lead and walk forward. I wonder if this senior Bei Ming, Spiritual Master Jing Su asked Spiritual Master Xiangshan, who was familiar with him, nervously. Spiritual Master Xiangshan saw that his old friend was curious, so he didn't hide anything and directly explained their mission in detail. Spiritual Master Jing Su's face was full of astonishment and shock, and even his breathing became rapid because of the shock. Spiritual Master Xiangshan couldn't help but reveal a trace of satisfaction. He didn't know that their shock back then was no less than the other parties. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even if others swore to him. However, this was the truth. Is this true? As expected, Spiritual Master Jing Su quickly asked. Of course it's true. All of us saw it with our own eyes. How can it be false? Spiritual Master Xiangshan confirmed with a smile. Immediately, Reverend Jing Su looks at Bai Ziyue in amazement. Soon, he seemed to have recalled something. He quickly took out a messaging talisman and activated it. You've invited true Lord Qianyuan here? Spiritual Master Xiangshan asked in surprise. If it's really such an existence that can kill a celestial, it's natural that Lord Qianyuan has to come and receive him personally. Moreover, if we can rope him in, it'll be a great merit. Spiritual Master Jing Su didn't dare to neglect and quickly went forward to chat. Chapter 5:24. With perfected Jing Su's arrangement, the handover of the mission went smoothly. Almost every cultivator received a corresponding reward for their mission. Because the mission reward had already been fixed and Ziyue's star token level was still relatively low, he didn't receive much. Apart from 5 million low-grade spirit stones, his star token level was directly upgraded from a 4-star deity token to a 6-star deity token, which was considered pretty good. Senior Dark North, Huge Axe Spiritual Master, Evil Moon Fairy, Great Sun Spiritual Master, I'll take my leave now. As soon as the handover of the mission was completed, a person impatiently stepped forward and said respectfully, Ziyue knew that this person was a disciple of the sect. Obviously, he wanted to report the discovery of the hidden spirit vein in the soul-controlling demon monarch's cemetery to the sect as soon as possible. The lowest grade of the hidden spirit vein was the high grade of the 4th grade, and it might even be the low grade of the 5th grade. It was incomparably precious. Therefore, he only nodded and didn't say anything else. Seeing this, the others stepped forward one after another. Even Perfected Pei, Perfected Dugu, and the others came to bid farewell. Soon, the group of people dispersed. Senior Dark North, can we talk in private? Seeing that Bai Ziyue was also planning to leave, Reverend Jing Su hurriedly stepped forward and asked, What's the matter? Ziyue looked at him. At this moment, at the entrance of the 9 Stars Dao Palace, a round and somewhat fat old man quickly stepped forward. When he saw Perfected Jing Su, he nodded slightly and immediately looked at Ziyue, saying, This must be Perfected Dark North. I'm Qianyuan, currently the chief steward of the 9 Stars Dao Palace. Greetings, Perfected Lord Qianyuan. The huge axe spiritual master and the others who hadn't left hurriedly bowed respectfully. Greetings, Perfected Lord Qianyuan. Ziyue's heart tightened. and a trace of vigilance flashed in his voice. "May I know why Senior asked me to stay?" He naturally knew that perfected Jing Su had asked perfected Lord Qian Yuan to stay. Although perfected Lord Qian Yuan's realm was the same as the soul-controlling demon monarch and was at the peak of the early stage of the Golden Core realm, he didn't dare to underestimate him. This was because he could faintly sense a great threat from the other party, one that was far more threatening than the soul-controlling demon monarch. This could only mean one thing. The other party was stronger than the soul-controlling demon monarch. Perhaps his cultivation method was more powerful, resulting in a higher grade golden core. Or perhaps he had mastered a more powerful divine ability, resulting in an astonishing offensive power. Or perhaps he had both. It was definitely a terrifying existence. But thinking about it carefully, the fact that he had been sent to lead the 9-star Dao Palace branch in the cloud-piercing mountain range was enough to prove his strength. True monarch Qian Yuan smiled and said, "There's a Taoist tea house not far ahead. It's quite charming. Why don't we talk while drinking?" As he spoke, he looked towards Taoist Master Huge Axe and the others and said, "You guys come as well. It just so happens that we can sit down and discuss the Tao together. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" Ziyue didn't know what the other party was planning, but he didn't think they had any malicious intentions. Thus, he relaxed and nodded. "All right. Thank you, true lord." Huge Axe and the others hurriedly complied. Thus, the group quickly moved and arrived at a private room in the Taoist tea house. Tea was served, and the fragrance of the tea slowly rose as it was immersed in the boiling spirit spring water. True monarch Qian Yuan looked at Ziyue and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that a place like the cloud-piercing mountain range would have a peerless genius who could go against the odds and slay immortals. You really surprised me. True lord, you flatter me. It's just that the divine ability I cultivate just happens to restrain him." Ziyue cupped his hands and said, "A straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Why did true monarch look for me this time? Please speak frankly." "Good, straightforward." True monarch Qian Yuan laughed and said without hesitation, "To tell you the truth, I came this time to rope in Taoist Master Dark North." "Rope in?" Ziyue was puzzled. Outsiders only know that the 9-star Dao Palace has always been free and unrestrained. But the 9-star Dao Palace has existed for 30,000 years in the immortal spell world, and its forces are spread across all major realms. Naturally, it needs a force that belongs to itself. Countless star medallion experts are the targets of our observation, assessment, and roping in. And Taoist Master Dark North's performance in this mission is a peerless genius, not inferior to the peerless geniuses of some super sects. I believe that there is no sect or power that wouldn't want to rope him in, right? True monarch Qian Yuan explained and continued. The 9 stars of the 9-star Dao Palace are star-level experts like you. Above the 9 stars is the Dao Palace, and this Dao Palace is the true core of our sect. In other words, star-level experts like you are merely outer sect disciples of the 9-star Dao Palace. The true elite disciples are within the Dao Palace. Within the Dao Palace, apart from potential experts like you who have been invited by us, the weakest are golden core experts. Another thing worth mentioning is that once you become a disciple of the Dao Palace, your star medallion will only be 9 stars on the surface, but in reality, it will be 10 stars. If the deities of 9 stars token allows you to exchange for the Shihua spiritual liquid, which can increase your chances of forming the gold core, and the deities of 9 stars technique, which can directly form the gold core of the middle 3rd class, as well as 1 or 2 great divine senses, then the deities of 10 stars token allows you to freely exchange for a top cultivation method that can form the gold core of the upper 3rd class, and at least 3 kinds of heavenly treasures that can increase your chances of forming the gold core. In addition, there are 10 great abilities and 300 abilities that you can choose from. Of course, the cost of exchanging for these inheritances will naturally be borne by you. The Dao Palace is giving you an opportunity to come into contact with inheritances that are only available to top sects or even super sections. In addition, the vast amount of cultivation resources is not something an ordinary immortal spell sect can compare with. There are some conveniences that even super sects do not have. If we are sect disciples, can we also join the Tao Palace? Reverend Great Sun couldn't help but ask. The eyes of Reverend Huge Axe and Fairy Evil Moon flickered slightly. A technique that could form a golden core of the upper third grade. This temptation was too great. In the entire cloud-piercing mountain range, even the 4 sects of the cloud-piercing sect had never heard of anyone possessing a technique that could form a golden core of the upper third grade. In order to create a technique that could form a golden core of the upper third grade, Reverend Swordpush had spent hundreds of years and had only succeeded after some guidance from Ziyue. Furthermore, there were so many great abilities, and heavenly treasures that could increase a cultivator's chances of forming a golden core. The 9-star Tao Palace has never restricted sect disciples from joining and becoming a star medallion expert. Naturally, there are no restrictions in this regard. In fact, among the disciples of the Tao Palace, there are many elders of various sects, hall masters, and first-rate experts. Some are even sect masters of immortal spell sections. Even I have the status of a grand elder of a large sect. Therefore, you do not need to worry about this at all. True Lord Qian Yuan said with a smile. If we become a disciple of the Tao Palace, what do we need to do? Ziyue asked calmly. For the God Realm, every 30 years, and for the Golden Core Realm, every 100 years, you must complete a task assigned by the higher-ups. Generally speaking, the difficulty of the task will not exceed the limits of your strength. Apart from this rule, there are not many other requirements. At most, it is comparable to some immortal spell sections. I think that compared to the benefits that can be obtained, these restrictions are nothing. Moreover, if anyone can become a primordial soul realm ancestor and hold the Sun-Moon Star Medallion, they can be completely exempted from the various tasks and truly achieve a carefree and transcendent existence. Generally speaking, unless the 2 palace lords of the Tao Palace ask, or if the 9-star Tao Palace is in a life-or-death crisis, no one can invite such an expert to appear. True Lord Qian Yuan explained. I wonder how many primordial soul realm experts and golden core realm experts there are in the Tao Palace? Spiritual Master Huge Axe could not help but ask. Even I am not clear on the number of primordial soul realm experts. However, I can tell you that the number of primordial soul realm experts I know is no less than 2 fingers. As for the specific number, I think only the 2 palace lords of the Tao Palace know. As for the number of golden core perfected monarchs, there should be about 300 or so. That should be about it. There shouldn't be too many, but there shouldn't be too few. True Monarch Qian Yuan explained in an understatement. Hiss! Everyone immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. More than 10 primordial soul realm experts, hundreds of golden cores, such strength, such a foundation. As expected of a superpower, it was truly frightening to the point of frightening others. How is it? Do you have any doubts, Spiritual Master Biming? I can explain them to you one by one. True Lord Qian Yuan's gaze then fell on Ziyue. I have no more doubts. However, this matter is of great importance, so I would like to ask True Lord Qian Yuan to give me some time to consider. How about it? Ziyue pondered for a moment before replying. He naturally needed time to consider and weigh the pros and cons. That is naturally not a problem. By the way, Spiritual Master Biming's strength is completely above the 9-star Divine Realm, so the star token must not mean much to you. How about this? Give me the star token for the time being, and I will help you upgrade the star token to the 9-star level. How about that? True Lord Qian Yuan took the initiative to show his goodwill. In that case, thank you very much. He did not refuse and directly handed the star token to True Lord Qian Yuan. When the star token fell into Ziyue's hands again, the level of the star token had been upgraded to the 9-star Divine Realm. Such a rapid upgrade really made Spiritual Master Huge Axe and the others envious. Which one of them did not go through untold hardships and take on countless tasks to upgrade their star tokens to the 9-star level? However, Ziyue had upgraded the star token to the 9-star level in a short time, reaching the same level as them. It was really fast. Chapter 5:25. However, although they were envious, they were not jealous. In their opinion, Ziue's strength had already surpassed the level of the God realm and was comparable to that of a sovereign in the Gold Core realm. The level of the star token was not essential for such a master, but it was not that important either. As long as Ziue wanted it, it would be easy for him to get it. Therefore, although they were shocked and envious that his star token was upgraded from 6 stars to 9 stars, they felt that it was reasonable. For the next period of time, Immortal Qian Yuan did not mention this topic again. Instead, he really began to sit down and discuss Tao. He talked about all kinds of magical powers, methods of application, and some applications of the great Tao of heaven and earth, which made everyone gain a lot. Although Ziue's foundation was also very deep, his realm was not enough. After all, his understanding of the great Tao was not as good as that of a real Gold Core realm master. Therefore, he also felt that he had gained a little and occasionally raised some questions. Although he did not get a complete solution, he had some more ideas. Sometimes he would also talk about some unique understandings. The mystery of it made everyone surprised. Some of the methods of application of magical powers were so exquisite that even Immortal Qian Yuan felt that he had gained a lot. He also felt that Ziue's foundation was so deep that it was not inferior to his own. In his heart, he thought more highly of him. Unknowingly, time passed. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. The group of people stopped discussing Tao, smiled at each other, and said goodbye to each other. This time, I gained a lot from the discussion. Not only did it make me have a deeper understanding of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Moreover, I completely understood the difference between the God realm and the Gold Core realm. I also understood the difference between the grades of elixirs and the potential of a cultivator. Walking out of the tea house, Ziue thought silently and felt happy. The Gold Core realm is a watershed for cultivators with immortal methods. Once the elixir is formed, not only will my lifespan increase immediately, but my strength will also change dramatically. The elixir can even leave the body and travel in the void. Even if the body dies, the cultivator can live again and live forever with the elixir. Ziue thought about the various wonders of the Gold Core realm and looked forward to this realm. Not only that, but I also figured out the difference between the grades of a cultivator's elixir. Cultivators with immortal methods break through from the God realm to the Gold Core realm. Because of the different grades of cultivation methods and different opportunities, the grades of the elixir formed. The elixir is divided into 9 grades, different grades of different grades. The lower 3 grades are the void core, the middle 3 grades are the solid core, and the upper 3 grades are the golden core. The higher the grade, the stronger the cultivator's gold core, the stronger the cultivator. The reason why it was said that only cultivators who had condensed a top-grade golden core had a chance of breaking through to the primordial spirit realm was because there was another barrier between the golden core realm and the primordial spirit realm. This time, the heavens and earth will send down a tribulation. Under such circumstances, naturally, the stronger the golden core, the higher the chances of passing. Of course, of the gold elixir of the god to gold elixir, gold, 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 to the elixir, elixir, gold, elixir. Heaven's gold elixir, gold based on the grade of his cultivation method. If he condensed the elixir, he would definitely be able to form a gold core. So, what I need to do now is to raise my strength to the peak of the gold core realm as soon as possible and accumulate enough strength to complete the 3rd divine transformation. Then, I will find a perfect place to compress the power of the heaven and earth and achieve the gold core realm. Normally, cultivators would find a place with strong evil spirit and use the invasion force of the evil spirit to compress their divine consciousness. The stronger the evil spirit, the greater the compression force. Then, the grade of the elixir would be higher. In the Qingshu sect, there's a place with evil spirit that has reached the 1st level. However, after countless disciples of the Qingshu sect have used it for breakthroughs, the evil spirit's density should be reduced. Maybe I need to find another place? Bai Ziyu thought to himself, but he wasn't too worried. He still had some time before he could reach the full circle, because the entire heaven-devouring godly transformation spell was created by him. When he cultivated it, there were no shackles at all. He could advance bravely all the way to the peak. However, if his strength increased too fast, he would feel a little weak and uncomfortable. If he used the flying sword, he might be able to hit wherever he wanted within 100 meters. However, once the distance exceeded 100 meters, the direction would be deviated. As the saying goes, a small difference can lead to a great error. In such a situation, he would be at a disadvantage in a fierce battle. It was also a very obvious situation where he had insufficient control over his own strength, especially when he had reached the late stage of the divine realm. This feeling had become even more obvious. Therefore, even though he had obtained a large number of spiritual stones from the soul-controlling demon monarch, which was enough for him to reach the peak of the divine realm, he did not continue to improve. Instead, he stabilized his realm little by little. He planned to wait until he had fully grasped his power before continuing to increase his strength and realm. Anyway, his current strength was enough to deal with most of the crises, so he was not in a hurry. After making up his mind, Ziyu finally turned his thoughts away. As the cloud-piercing spell conference approached, the flow of people in the entire cloud-piercing city was obviously much more than when Ziyu had just arrived. It seemed a little crowded. Ziyu walked among them, and his eyes also swept around the streets. There was a rare sense of gentleness. Kunlun Pavilion? Suddenly, Ziyu's body shook, and he looked at the corner of the street. There was an obviously new shop with a plaque. Could it be? Ziyu approached directly, and then almost at a glance, he saw a female cultivator who was entertaining a middle-aged cultivator in the shop. She was one of the first cultivators he saw when he first came to the cloud-piercing mountain range, Qiu Yue Piao. In addition to Qiu Yue Piao, there were 2 hired service staff in the shop, both of whom looked delicate and pretty. After thinking for a while, Ziyu did not directly step into the shop, but quickly left. When he appeared again, he had changed his clothes. Not only did he take off the 9-star god token and put it into his storage bag, he even put away the magnetic mask on his face, revealing his true appearance. Then he strode into the shop. The entire shop was not big compared to some other shops. It was a little narrow, and the location was not very good. Although a few cultivators came in, most of them were weak, so the turnover was naturally less. "Welcome. I wonder what Senior needs." A delicate and pretty female cultivator vaguely sensed the strength of Ziyu's aura. She was shocked and hurriedly greeted him respectfully. At this time, Qiu Yue Piao had just finished dealing with a bunch of cultivators' inquiries. She raised her head and looked at the person who came. Her body suddenly shook, and she said in surprise, "Senior Kunlun." With that, she quickly walked out from the counter with a happy face and looked at Ziyu with joy and excitement. "Senior Kunlun?" The female cultivator who was originally entertaining Ziyu was stunned when she heard this. Her small mouth was slightly open, and her face was full of shock. She naturally knew the origin of her shop. It was said that it was opened by a cultivator named Kunlun Immortal. When they were chatting, she often heard Qiu Yue Piao's description of Kunlun Immortal. She knew that the other party was a God Realm cultivator with a high status, and was also a rare 3rd-grade high-rank alchemist in the world. He was the elder of Danbao Hall of Qingshu sect, one of the 4 sects of the cloud. They could feel this from the attitude of the Qingshu sect's disciples when they occasionally came over. Could it be that this seemingly young and handsome senior cultivator in front of them was the Kunlun Taoist that their shopkeeper often talked about? However, they did not know that the current by Ziyu was already very different from before. Not only was he one of the only 2 4th-grade alchemists in Qingshu sect, but he was also the candidate for the next leader of Danbao Hall of Qingshu sect. His status was respected, and he was only second to the sect leader and several hall leaders. This was also the reason why those Qingshu sect disciples would deliberately come here and take care of this remote corner shop. Just walking on the street, I happened to see the signboard of Kunlun Pavilion. I didn't expect to see you when I came in. However, the distance between Xiefeng City and Chuanyin City is 3,000 miles. How'd you come here? And you even transferred the shop here? Ziyue asked with some doubts. He was indeed a little curious. Chuanyin Mountain Range was full of danger because of the devil cultivators and the theft of immortal spells. Although Qiu Yuepiao swallowed the Aperture Enlightening Elixir and became an early-stage cultivator of the Aperture Enlightening realm, because of him, such strength was really nothing in Chuanyin City, where there were countless strong people. Any Aperture Enlightening realm cultivator could rob her of everything within 3,000 miles. It's a long story. When Senior went to Qingshu sect, he left me and my elder brother to manage the shop. Because he left countless precious elixirs, we earn a lot of spirit stones, but we didn't dare to squander them. It just so happened that outside Xiefeng City, in a place called Fire Cloud Cave, there was a very precious spirit mine called Fire Crystal, so a large number of cultivators rushed there to explore. I heard that the fire in the Fire Cloud Cave was very strong, so there must be a shortage of elixirs and talismans to treat fire injuries. Therefore, I boldly took a large number of spirit stones and bought a large number of them. Sure enough, as time passed, the price of these talismans and elixirs increased greatly, and I also made a lot of money. Then, not long after, I heard that the Chuanyin City was going to hold the Chuanyin Conference once every 30 years. In addition, I guessed that Senior, as an elder of Pill Treasure Hall, would definitely come at that time. So, I took the risk again. As an ordinary rogue cultivator, I took the caravan of Xiefeng City's Golden Jade Pavilion to Chuanyin City. Along the way, I came to Chuanyin City without any danger. Qiu Yuepiao was excited, but she didn't dare to be negligent. She quickly explained some of her experiences after Ziyue left. Chapter 5:26. After coming to Chuanyin City, I found your Qingshu sect's base here after inquiring about it. In your name, I asked General Manager Su for help. Then I bought this shop, as well as all the talismans, spirit stones, magic weapon materials, and other things, and finally opened this shop. With that, Qiu Yuepiao looked at Ziyue cautiously, feeling nervous. Not bad, not bad. Ziyue praised greatly. He didn't expect that Qiu Yuepiao, a female cultivator who came from a cultivation family in a small place, would be so decisive and shrewd, surpassing many high-level cultivators. She was very smart and knew how to take advantage of the situation, which made him feel impressed. When Qiu Yuepiao heard this, her eyes immediately narrowed, like a crescent moon, and she smiled brightly. Before, she was still a little nervous, afraid that Ziyue would blame her, but now hearing the other party's praise, she was naturally proud. She also felt that her previous efforts were not in vain. However, because this shop has just opened, the spirit stones earned are not many. Now there are only a few 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. By the way, this is the bill. Please take a look. With that, Qiu Yuepiao hurriedly handed a booklet and a storage bag to Ziyue. You keep it first. In addition, this place is too remote. Since it's in my name, it can't be too shabby. So, I'll give you another batch of spirit stones here. You can rent a large shop on the main road of the main city. I happen to have some treasures and other things here, and I'll give them to you to deal with. Since you have the ability, I will not be stingy and will give you space to show off. Don't let me down. Ziyue waved his hand, and then with a thought, he separated a large number of things from his storage bag and put it in, and then handed it to Qiu Yuepiao. 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. Qiu Yuepiao's eyes widened, and then her heart trembled. She quickly said solemnly, Senior Kunlun, please rest assured, I will not let you down. I'm not worried about you. I'm currently staying in the Flying Immortal Pavilion. Also, this is my communication talisman. If there's anything, you can find me directly. Ziyue nodded. From the fact that the other party was able to open the Kunlun Pavilion in Chuanyin City with his bare hands, he knew that the other party was a talent. Since that was the case, he didn't mind giving her a chance. Perhaps there would be unexpected gains. After leaving the Kunlun Pavilion, Ziyue directly returned to the secret cultivation room of the Flying Immortal Pavilion. Next, he planned to stabilize his strength until he could completely control it. Then, he would be able to wield it like an extension of his arm. This was a painstaking skill. What required was not cultivation, but constant practice. This was also one of the drawbacks of Ziyue using spirit stones to break through. If he used soul energy, his realm would directly soar, and the corresponding power would be tempered thousands of times, reaching absolute control and extreme purity. However, at this moment, although the speed at which he could obtain spiritual energy was fast, it was still not as fast as spirit stones. Thus, there was no need to say much about the choice. Fortunately, he had plenty of time. After continuous practice, he would definitely be able to restore his control over his own strength to its peak. Thus, he was not in a hurry. Time passed. Near the soul, controlling Demon Monarch's mausoleum. Who would have thought that there would be a spirit vein in this wilderness? Indeed, in this area, the Chuanyun mountain range has always been a place with thin spirit qi. Usually, no one would stay here. I don't know how the soul-controlling Demon Monarch discovered this place and set up such a great formation here. If the Demon Slayer hadn't lured the huge axe spiritual master and the others here, it would probably take hundreds or thousands of years for this hidden spirit vein to appear. Unfortunately, when this spirit vein was discovered, there were too many cultivators around. Almost all the major immortal cultivation sects were present. Now that the news has spread, the major sects will probably send people to investigate. It's probably impossible for our Five Mountains Immortal sect to monopolize this spirit vein. Indeed, if it's a mid-tier grade 4 spirit vein, it's still fine. Our Five Mountains Immortal sect is the closest to this place. With our geographical advantage and a certain price, we have a chance to take it. If it's a high-tier grade 4 spirit vein, it's not safe. The Rising Sun sect, Ancient Sword sect, and Reliance sect can't wait to get a piece of the pie. A few cultivators of the Five Mountains Immortal sect discussed with each other. Although they were regretful, there was also a hint of anticipation. Suddenly, one of the cultivators looked at the cultivator in the distance who was constantly using a divine ability to spy on the spirit vein. He couldn't help but ask loudly, "Senior Brother Chow, how is it? Can you tell the grade of this spirit vein?" This Senior Brother Chow was one of the few cultivators in the Five Mountains Immortal sect who was proficient in searching for dragon points and spirit veins. Although his strength was lower than theirs, being only at the early divine realm, his status was actually higher than theirs. He was also someone they needed to protect. This spirit vein, it's not just a grade 4 spirit vein. Senior Brother Chow opened his mouth and said excitedly, "I think it's not just a low-tier grade 4 spirit vein. It should be at least a mid-tier grade 4 spirit vein." As the cultivator spoke, his face suddenly froze. He looked at Senior Brother Chow in disbelief and said in shock, "It's not just a grade 4 spirit vein. You mean?" "That's right, grade 5 spirit vein." It's a grade 5 spirit vein, at least a low-tier grade 5 spirit vein. It might even be a mid-tier grade 5 spirit vein. However, I haven't come into contact with a grade 5 spirit vein, so I can't make an accurate judgment. However, according to the terrain of the spirit vein, we're only at the end of it. Even the spirit energy at the end of it is at the mid-tier grade 4 spirit vein. The spirit vein at the center of it, 100 miles away, has definitely reached grade 5 spirit vein, Senior Brother Chow said with a determined expression. In other words, the spirit vein's radiation area is 300 miles away. It's at grade 5 spirit vein. One of the cultivators couldn't help but ask with his eyes wide open. 300 miles is still not enough. It's at least 500 miles away, Senior Brother Chow said. Grade 5 spirit vein? Then our Five Mountains Immortal sect is not qualified to get our hands on it. The cultivator immediately cried out with a sullen face. Immortal Tao cultivators fought against the heavens and did things that defied the heavens. With resources and treasures in front of them, there would definitely be a fight. However, he knew very well that his 5 Mountains immortal sect didn't even have a golden core perfected cultivator. How could they fight for it? The grade 5 spirit vein was a precious resource that even the 4 major immortal sects would be tempted by. Once the news spread, countless cultivators would definitely flock to it. If the 5 Mountains immortal sect dared to get their hands on it, their entire sect would be destroyed. At this moment, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Look, the people from the Ancient Sword sect and the Reliance sect are here. I didn't expect them to get the news so quickly. There's also a warship. That's the warship of the Sound of Thunder sect. As one of the 4 major immortal sects, the Sound of Thunder sect already occupies a grade 5 spirit vein. How can they be tempted by this spirit vein? As time passed, more groups of cultivators arrived. Instantly, the expressions of the disciples of the 5 Mountains immortal sect became more and more unpleasant. What should we do next? Someone couldn't help but ask. Let's go back. Since we can't get it, let's sell the news first. Maybe we can get some benefits from the other immortal sects. An old cultivator said as he took the lead and rushed in the direction of the sect. The others quickly followed. In a dark place, thick blood chi, baleful chi, and underworld chi almost enveloped the entire world. In such a place, there was a huge hall that occupied an extremely large area. The hall was like an ancient castle that was filled with the traces of time. A handsome cultivator with a devilish look in his eyes walked out of the quiet room, where he was in seclusion. Many of his subordinates bowed and greeted him. Demon Lord, Master, Master. All sorts of greetings were heard. Oh, is something the matter? Demon Lord Junhao asked immediately when he saw his subordinates guarding the door of his seclusion. Master, the hidden spirit vein has been discovered. Right now, there are many cultivators searching above our heads. A demonic cultivator immediately stepped forward and reported respectfully. Demon Lord Junhao looked up and said faintly, How was it discovered? It was the soul-controlling demon lord from 1,000 years ago. I didn't expect his mausoleum to be on top of the hidden spirit vein. This time, it said that his mausoleum was discovered by others. Then, the 9-star Dao Palace issued a mission and attracted a group of star-grade experts. After a great battle, the mausoleum's array formation collapsed, causing the spirit chi to leak out. This attracted the attention of the cultivators outside. We didn't dare to expel it for fear of causing even more chaos. We could only ask for the master's decision. The demonic cultivator quickly added, Although I knew that this spirit vein would be discovered sooner or later, it was still unexpected. I didn't expect it to be discovered so early. However, it doesn't matter. As Perfected Host spoke, he suddenly said, Black Crow, Demon Lord. Immediately, a cultivator with a jet-black body that seemed to be covered in feathers stood out from the crowd and bowed respectfully. The spirit vein has been discovered. Unless we retreat, they will discover us sooner or later. Since that's the case, there's no need to be courteous. Send someone to slaughter everyone above. I don't like people scurrying above me. Perhaps it's time for us to come out of hiding. Demon Lord Junhao said indifferently. Yes. Taoist Black Crow responded respectfully, bowed, and retreated. He quickly left. White Bones. Soon after, Perfected Ho bellowed again. Master, a demonic cultivator who was covered in a black robe and had no flesh on his body, stepped out. He was actually a skeleton. As he took a step forward, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Inform the various forces to abandon all missions and return. Next, a great battle was unavoidable. This time, if we win, no one in the cloud-piercing mountain range can stop us. I think they've had enough of sneaking around. They've probably been waiting for this day for a long time. Demon Lord Junhao ordered again. Yes, Master. Taoist White Bones responded and retreated with a creaking sound. Chapter 5:27. After practicing for a while, I finally have full control of my own power. Moreover, my immortal cultivation realm has reached the peak of the divine realm. In the secret cultivation room, Ziyue slowly opened his eyes. The peak of the divine realm was already at the peak of this level. Next, what he needed to consider was to break through the extreme realm and condense the gold core. However, for me, the peak of the divine realm is not the real limit. I have to accumulate enough energy for the third divine transformation. Ziyue silently looked at the attribute panel. The number of 120 million soul energy required for the third divine transformation also made him feel a great pressure. Although he still had 16,000 high-grade spirit stones on him, he still had enough spirit stones on him. But he had other uses for these spirit stones, so he did not intend to use them for the time being. Time flies while I am in seclusion. I didn't expect that 3 months have passed without me noticing. This is really the longest time I have been in seclusion. Moreover, now that the Cloud Crossing Spiritual Assembly is about to begin, it's time for me to show up as the elder of the Pill Treasure Hall of the Qingshu sect and the candidate for the next Hall Master. Ziyue silently calculated the time. After a long period of silence, he finally stood up and walked out of the secret cultivation room. Compared with 3 months ago, the Cloud Crossing City was at least twice as prosperous. Not only were there more people, but the strength of the immortal cultivation realm cultivators was also generally much stronger than before. From time to time, he could see the disciples of various immortal cultivation sects, either walking under the guidance of their elders or in groups of 3 or 5, entering and exiting various bustling places. However, it was also under such circumstances that he also heard the conversations of various parties. The top spiritual vein of the early 5th grade has appeared. This time, it is estimated that there will be a bloodbath. More than that, although the news is blocked, I still found out from the elders of my sect that there were devil sect cultivators near the spiritual vein. A group of cultivators who intended to explore the spiritual veins level was slaughtered. It is said that one of the 4 immortal sects, the Leitang sect, was also among them. One of their warships was destroyed and lost there. Devil sect cultivators? Could it be that they also got the news and want to attack this spiritual vein? You are wrong. I heard that the hidden spiritual vein has always been the real lair of the devil sect. This time, the discovery of the spiritual vein has exposed the devil sect. Although there is no movement from the major immortal cultivation sects, I guess they may be preparing for something big. The immortal sect and the demonic sect have an irreconcilable relationship. Just wait. I reckon that it won't be long before a great battle breaks out. Even though many people deliberately lower their voices, they still couldn't escape by Ziyue's ears. Spiritual vein of the 5th grade spiritual vein? Is it the one we found? Is it the devil sect's mountain gate of the real devil sect? Ziyue, immortal, especially when he thought that the demon sect's lair was near the hidden spirit vein, he broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, they did not stay for too long. Because of the soul-controlling demon lord's array, they did not cause too much of a commotion. Otherwise, if he really attracted the devil sect cultivators, no matter how strong he was, he would not be able to escape death. For the true devil sect to be able to contend with the 4 great immortal sects for thousands of years, one could imagine how powerful they were. The soul-controlling demon lord was only a golden core realm devil cultivator from the true devil sect 1,000 years ago. Although he was strong, he was definitely not the strongest existence in the true devil sect. He wanted to ask more, but he sensed that most of these people were weak. Even if they knew some information, it would at most be superficial, so he could only give up. The cloud-piercing assembly this time is going to be lively. Almost all of the 4 great immortal sects have sent Golden Core Realm perfected lords. Along with him were the next generation of true disciples of the various immortal sects and many other cultivators with potential. Perfected Jianwu of the Tai Yi Sword sect, perfected Lei Dong of the Sound of Thunder sect, Bodhisattva Yuan Qing of the Great Buddha sect, and perfected Zhao Han of the Qing Su sect have all reached the peak of the God realm. They will definitely shine in this assembly. In addition to them, Guiyu of the Saber Sword sect, perfected Buddha Jingxin of the Small Saint Buddha sect, and Lu Qianshan of the Beast Controlling sect are not weak. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but this time, the super genius of the Qing Su sect, perfected Wang Push Jian, who was supposed to be the next sect master, has also appeared. Perfected Push Jian? He hasn't shown up for almost 100 years, right? Didn't they say that he was attacked by the Devil sect cultivators and damaged his foundation, making it difficult for him to improve for the rest of his life? What's the point of participating in this cloud-piercing assembly? In the same generation as him, Tong Zhan of the Tai E-Sword sect and Yuan Ding of the Great Buddha sect, who were not as talented as him, had already formed their golden cores and become golden core perfected lords. Even perfected Sun Feng of the Sound of Thunder sect did not break through to the golden core realm, but he had the strength of a half-step golden core realm cultivator. By the way, I heard that Tong Zhan and Yuan Ding have also appeared this time. With his current strength, he has to bow to them when he sees them. Can he really bow? This information of yours is already outdated. It's said that perfected Lord Push Jian has been quiet for almost 100 years because he has great ambitions. He wants to create a cultivation method that belongs to him and is most suitable for him. Now that he has succeeded, he immediately broke through to the Golden Core realm. He's a true Golden Core perfected Lord now. Is that so? But he's only just broken through to the Golden Core realm. He's probably far behind Tong Zhan and Yuan Ding, right? Who knows? That kind of genius isn't someone you and I can predict. Ziyue was walking when a conversation caught his attention. The cloud-piercing spell conference is approaching. As expected, all kinds of experts have appeared. These people are not weak. As for alchemists and weapon refiners, although they have a high status, they're obviously not as popular as these powerful experts. Perfected Lord Push Jian? He's here too? And he broke through to the Golden Core realm? What makes sense? He has been at the peak of the God realm for hundreds of years. He has accumulated a lot of experience. Now that he has created a cultivation method, he can easily change to a new one and reach the peak again. It's normal for him to break through to the Golden Core realm. I wonder what grade of Gold Core I've condensed this time. Ziyue muttered in his heart. He was not surprised. The cultivation method created by perfected Lord Push Jian had been more than half completed. With the guidance he left behind, he could naturally complete the cultivation method. Since perfected Lord Push Jian had broken through to the Golden Core realm, it could be considered as a matter of course. The only thing that made him a little curious was what grade of Golden Core he condensed this time. Did he get what he wanted and form a Golden Core of the upper 3 grades? Or did something unexpected happen and he could only form a Golden Core of the middle 3 grades? While he was lost in thought, a tall mansion appeared in front of him very quickly. It was the Qingshu Sect station in the cloud-piercing city. Although he didn't stay in the cloud-piercing city for long, he knew that there was such a place. He just didn't show his identity and came to visit. This time, the cloud-piercing spell conference was about to begin. After all, he was entrusted by Temple Master Danshun to participate in this spell conference about alchemists. At this time, he naturally needed to show up and understand. Are you Elder Bai of the Elixir Palace? At the gate of the station, there were 2 cultivators in the Aperture Enlightening Realm guarding. They saw Ziyue approaching from afar. When they saw Ziyue's sect uniform and the identity token hanging on his waist, they were shocked and quickly greeted him respectfully. Yes, Ziyue nodded. He was not surprised that they recognized him. The alchemist robe and the purple gold token on his waist were proof of his identity. Elder Bai, please. One of them hurriedly dashed into the manor, while the other respectfully led him into the courtyard. Which temple master is leading the team this time? Who from the Elixir Palace is here? Ziyue asked casually as he walked. It's the Coffin Temple Master from the Field Temple. Senior Brother Pushing Sword is also here. However, they're all out visiting friends and are not in the station. I heard that Elder Dongfang is in charge of the spell conference in the Elixir Palace. As he spoke, a group of people quickly walked out of the courtyard. The leaders of the Elixir Palace elders, Dongfang Ming and venerable fire surpassing. In addition, Ziyue's unofficial disciple, Ma Jun, was also in the group. Elder Bai, you're finally here. Master. The group of people quickly came up and greeted him. You've worked hard during this period. Ziyue felt a little embarrassed and could only cup his hands. Soon after, the group of people greeted each other for a while before they sat down in a living room. Elder Bai, if you didn't come back, the Elixir Palace would have been caught in the dark again. All the celestial sects are trying their best to make a name for themselves this time. As far as we know, true Buddha Shuren from the Great Buddha sect has become an advanced grade 3 alchemist. Also, Fairy Feng Yi from the Tai Yi celestial sect has improved a lot in alchemy as well. If it's just me and venerable fire surpassing, we won't be able to hold the fort. Moreover, we're always at the bottom of the 4 major celestial sects. Dongfang Ming said with a wry smile. Don't worry, no one will be able to bully us this time. Bai Ziyue smiled faintly and said calmly. He was very confident in his alchemy skills. Of course, Elder Bai is an early grade 4 alchemist. Apart from a few senior grade 4 alchemists, who can compare to you? I think those seniors won't be able to lower themselves to compete with Elder Bai, right? Ha! Dongfang Ming said excitedly when he heard Dongfang Ming's words. Ziyue only smiled in response. Early grade 4. Chapter 528. In the eyes of others, including the Pill Treasure Hall Master, perfected Lord Dan Shun, he was indeed a beginner grade 4 elixir alchemist. However, in reality, he had used his soul energy to raise the 9 Qis to 1 elixir alchemist to the 4th level. Thus, his elixir alchemist skills have been raised to the level of an advanced grade 4 elixir alchemist. However, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he had deliberately concealed his elixir alchemist skills and revealed his elixir alchemist skills. Therefore, he was very confident about this elixir alchemy conference. By the way, I have to thank Elder Bai. If it weren't for the Kunlun elixir codex that you gave me, my elixir alchemist skills wouldn't have improved by leaps and bounds and become a middle grade 3 elixir alchemist. The inheritance of the elixir codex is of utmost importance. If you don't mind, I'm willing to call you master. Dongfang Ming looked at Bai Ziyue with a solemn expression and bowed respectfully as he spoke. Elder Dongfang, you're too polite. It's just an elixir codex. Just like the many cultivation skills and divine powers in the sect, who would deliberately respect someone as their master. You don't have to do this. Ziyue waved his hand and avoided his bow. Dongfang Ming was able to reach the middle stage of the God Realm, and his elixir alchemist skills were not weak. After all, he was a prideful person and couldn't put down his pride. Ziyue secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he began to discuss the process and time of the Elixir Alchemy Conference with Dongfang Ming and Venerable Overfire. After confirming that there would be no mistakes, he was relieved. As a grade 4 elixir alchemist and the candidate for the next Hall Master, he had some privileges. He could let Dongfang Ming and Venerable Overfire handle some trivial matters. He just had to appear at the beginning of the Elixir Alchemy Conference and interact with the grade 3 elixir alchemists of the various sections. When necessary, he could show a few elixir alchemist skills. Then, he looked at his registered disciple, Ma Jun, and asked casually, "Is everything all right at Fiery Spirit Peak?" "Master, everything is fine. In the past half a year, because of Master's Kunlun pill cannon and the improved pill formulas, the senior and junior brothers' alchemy skills had improved greatly. Currently, in our Fire Spirit Peak, there are 2 high grade 2 alchemists for middle grade 2 alchemists, 13 low grade 2 alchemists, 92 high grade 1 alchemists, 83 middle grade 1 alchemists, and the rest are all low grade 1 alchemists. Both the success rate and the grade of the pills have improved significantly since the time you left. Every month, we can earn 700,000 merit points and 10 million spirit stones. Even after deducting the disciples' share of profits, there is still an average of 400,000 merit points and 6 million low-grade spirit stones, all of which are recorded in the book. Majin already knew that Ziyue would ask about it, so he hurriedly replied respectfully, "Yes, it's not bad. Once this matter is settled, I will make a trip back. When the time comes, I will naturally reward you." Ziyue nodded in satisfaction and was not stingy with his praise and rewards. Although this rate of improvement was much slower than when they had first started, it was indeed a steady improvement. This was enough to prove that they were not slacking off and were very sincere and hardworking in alchemy. Their previous foundation had already been exhausted, and all they lacked was time. In addition, the strength of one's immortal spell was sometimes a factor in balancing the grade of an alchemist. Therefore, he was very much looking forward to one of them breaking through to the God Realm and becoming a low-grade 3 alchemist. Walking out of the clear void sex encampment, Ziyue directly returned to the Ascension Pavilion. Although there were accommodations in the encampment, the environment in the Flying Immortal Pavilion was better and the spirit chi was more abundant. In addition, he had already paid the rent, so he naturally would not leave. Soon, Ziyue changed into a new set of clothes with a star medallion on his body and a magnetic mask on his face. He directly went to the 9 Stars Dao Palace. "Fellow Taoist Dark North, you must have thought it through before coming here?" In the 9 Stars Dao Palace, True Lord Qian Yuan looked at Ziyue with a smile. "The 9 Stars Dao Palace's treatment is excellent, and I really can't find a reason to refuse." Ziyue smiled and said. This time, he had indeed decided to accept True Lord Qian Yuan's invitation and officially join the Dao Palace of the 9 Stars Dao Palace as an intersect disciple. The reason he had decided to join the Dao Palace was not only because he coveted the inheritance, but also because he considered his own cultivation. Now, although he already had a God Realm cultivation technique, he also had a golden core. Borrowing the power of the Dao Palace would presumably be very beneficial to him when he created a golden core level cultivation technique in the future. He naturally knew what to choose. After all, the foundation of superpower was absolutely unimaginable. Good, straightforward. Cultivators of my generation cannot lack magic, wealth, companionship, and land. In the Dao Palace, there is no lack of resources and even more cultivation techniques and inheritances. In particular, the Dao Palace headquarters is sitting on a vast Grade 6 spirit vein, and there are more than 10 primordial spirit realm powerhouses and more than 300 golden core realm powerhouses guarding various places. Joining us will only bring you benefits and no harm on your path of cultivation. I will first raise the level of your star medallion. As for officially entering the Dao Palace to cultivate, there is no rush. Every 3 years, the Dao Palace will send people to specially receive disciples into the mountain gate. It has only been a year since the last reception. You only need to wait 2 years, and you will naturally be able to enter the Dao Palace. True Lord Qian Yuan laughed and said, 2 years? Ziyue did not frown. 2 years was indeed an extremely short period of time for a God Realm cultivator. It was even the blink of an eye for some cultivators who were in seclusion. However, Ziyue's growth was extremely fast. It had not even been 10 years since he started cultivating. 2 years seemed to be an extremely long time for him. However, he did not say much. For the time being, he did not have any plans to leave directly. Next, it was up to True Lord Qian Yuan to raise Ziyue's authority to the legendary grade of 10 stars. Then, Ziyue almost could not wait to use the 10 stars medallion to look through the treasury of the 9 Stars Dao Palace. This time, Ziyue's most important reason for joining the Dao Palace was to use his star medallion authority to exchange for great divine ability legacies. As expected, with the star medallion at 10 stars, the treasures I can exchange for are clearly much more than when I was at 9 stars. Under the God of 9 Stars order, the most I can exchange for is the 9 Stars Feather Transformation Technique and the Star Shattering Finger, which can help me form a middle 3rd grade gold core. Although there are many powerful divine realm cultivation methods and divine skills, as well as many magic treasures, heavenly treasures, and earthly treasures, they're not very useful to me. Now that the star medallion has been raised to 10 stars, not only can I exchange for more treasures, but the number of top-grade legacies has also increased to 15. Ziyue's eyes could not help but light up. It had to be said that the reason why Ziyue was willing to join the Tao Palace this time was mainly for the legacies of the Tao Palace. Especially when he heard about the birth of the 5th-rank spirit vein and the exposure of the demonic Path Mountain Gate, he immediately felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Just as all the cultivators in the cloud-piercing mountain range knew that the immortal Tao sect and the demonic Path sect were irreconcilable, once they met, there would be a battle between the two sides. Ziyue also believed that a great battle that would engulf the entire cloud-piercing mountain range was about to begin. This great battle might be a catastrophe for the countless immortal Tao sects, the cultivators in the entire cloud-piercing mountain range, and even the mortals. But for Ziyue, it was a feast of spiritual energy. Countless cultivators were bound to fall in the battle between the two sides. Whether it was the immortal Tao cultivators or the demonic path cultivators, as long as someone fell, it would inevitably bring him a huge amount of spiritual energy. Naturally, he was not willing to give up this opportunity to obtain spiritual energy. However, he knew in his heart that although he was not weak now, and could even go against the odds to kill immortals, but his weakness was equally obvious, and that was speed. His lack of speed caused him to not have sufficient confidence when facing a golden elixir realm expert. And if he wanted to obtain spiritual energy, and at the same time, he had to make up for this shortcoming. At this time, it was obviously too late to return to the Clear Void sect and obtain the great divine ability inheritance, and it would not be that easy. Therefore, the inheritance in the 9 Stars Tao Palace was his goal. Greater One Scripture, Bright Moon Scripture, 9 Palaces Immortal Record, Green Lotus Sword Song, Demon God Technique. These 5 techniques are all techniques that lead to the peak of the Golden Core realm. Moreover, these 5 techniques are all top-notch techniques. Once cultivated, one can form a golden core of the upper 3rd grade. Bai Ziyue's gaze first fell on the 5 cultivation method legacies. Looking at the introduction above, his eyes lit up. 5 top-notch techniques that could form a golden core of the upper 3rd grade. Although not everyone could really form a golden core of the upper 3rd grade by cultivating these techniques. After all, for immortal Tao cultivators, the Aperture Opening Realm was the foundation. In the Aperture Awakening Realm, the number of acupoints ignited directly determined a cultivator's future potential. For example, the Greater One Scripture was a technique that could ignite 1,100 acupoints. In other words, in order to fully display the power of this technique, one had to ignite the number of acupoints, and the position of the acupoints ignited had to be similar to the technique. If a cultivator only ignited 800 acupoints, then even if he cultivated this technique, he would at most be able to form a golden core of the middle 3rd grade, or even a golden core of the lower 3rd grade. Moreover, it would be twice the effort for half the result, which was not necessarily a good thing. The best technique was the one that suited oneself. Of course, this was not a problem for Ziyue. When Ziyue was in the Aperture Awakening realm, the number of acupoints he ignited was 1,296. Any technique in his hands could be cultivated to the peak in theory. In other words, once he chose to cultivate these techniques, he could directly display their greatest power. However, he naturally would not switch to these techniques. But it had to be said that these techniques would definitely be of great help to him when he created a Golden Core Realm technique in the future. This was a great help that even the Clear Void sect could not provide. It was the deep foundation of a super immortal technique faction. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.